just started this morning. Just got on. What's up? What's up? Doing very good. That won't be a good place. Doing good today. I hope y'all are doing good this morning. Better. Y'all ready to change the world yet again? Change the world for the better. There was something that I was looking up, and it was talking about near-death experiences. And in these near-death experiences, what the article was expressing was at the end of one's life, how it, in each country, in each area of the world, people connected with their own land, with their own mythos, with their own religious credos. And like people in Japan would have experiences in the mountains or the rivers, a great river or something of that sort. They have particular experiences over there. In America, Christianized, different experiences. What they were actually looking at these near-death experiences, they were explaining how every single construct, every single idea, every single thing that the mind had learned throughout the entire life had essentially condensed. It had become dense in its energy at that moment of the shutdown of the body, of the psyche. And that made me go, holy crikey. Because they still said they can't find out what happens to consciousness after it dies on a scientific level. Okay, it travels forward. Anyways, at the end of one's life, which would be similar to heavy meditation results, such as ayahuasca, spirit journey, so forth, like this. And what winds up happening during an NDE is all those memories throughout the entire life, they essentially become dense, and that's what the person is able to literally see, speak with, so forth and so on. So by including a vast amount of histories, by looking at many mythologies, I'm curious. It would explain why my mind sees things differently, and it would explain a whole lot of things. Though at one of those particular moments, through the meditation practices, through the techniques of the ceremonies of the ancients, and what some modern ones have found today, I should say rediscovered today, this allows us to literally imagine our world and then to condense it into what is most valuable, and that is what is going to survive into the next life. All the other extra details, all the other stuff that didn't matter, it was all condensed into a few objects or maybe one. When they see all the lights, and God says, well, it's not your time, you got to go back. And in those moments, that's the individual truly wanting to live, truly desiring to live and continue their journey in this life. Anyways, I found that very interesting in the construct of actual medical science in the medical field, and that information coming back and connecting to the entire uh, manifestation, literally the magical formula of manifestation. And so, how much important it is as we talk about the words of power to be on that wavelength, and that's what I'm going to do this morning. And so, if you enjoy the jam, if you would like to enjoy the jam, prayer, I call it a jam. And all you gotta do is close your eyes. Otherwise, it's a bunch of blessings that are going out to the big collective, and to everybody out there who needs help, to everybody out there who is alone, to everybody out there who is seeking for something more that they haven't found. Because we truly are together. We are in spirit and thought, even seeing each other in the physical through a screen counts. Two good observations. Yeah, Martin Miller, I wouldn't have seen the comment before that if it wasn't for your comment, and thank you. Um, Necklaces, bracelets, so forth and so on. Um, when things break, I like to repurpose them. So a lot of these were necklaces. I've repurposed into bracelets. Same over here, and thank you. As far as bravery goes, to be different, this is the reality of our world. This is how you fight on the front lines with love, is by showing the world that it's okay to be and do as you would like to do, as long as it's not harming anybody, as long as it's not doing any wrong. It's okay to dress up, it's okay to be yourself, it's okay to let loose. How stuck, how rigid life has been, along with a gajillion lies of misdirection from friends, from family, from religion, from government, from every sector of life. And that's why I continually admonish people to follow their hearts. Because you got this one life. You got this one experience that you get to remember, that you are having currently now. Yeah, the past was the past and the future is the future, but I'll tell you what, right now is the present. And this life is the one you got. And if you don't do things because other people made you feel bad or try to put some opinion in your heart that don't even matter none, then when you close your eyes for the last time, I'm telling you, we all going to get there one day, including myself. We all going to get there. And I know that when I close my eyes, I can close them easily like I do every single night. And I can go to bed easily because I know I did everything that was in my heart. I said what I wanted to say to the people who meant something. If they didn't wake up or something happened that night, at least I said it. If they hate my guts for it, at least I said what was in my heart. And if they took it wrongly, that's not on me. That's not on me. People refuse to live life to the fullest because they're afraid of being judged. I say, judge away, because my Father and Mother in heaven, Almighty up above, they do not judge. They don't judge. They don't judge. And so anybody that judges me, anybody that casts a stone figuratively or literally at me, I know they ain't my family and I know to go the other way. Because all I'm looking for in this life is family. That's it. And family ain't going to fight with me. Family's going to be patient with me. They're going to look. Then they're going to ask some questions because they don't understand. And then they're going to help out a lending hand somehow, some way, whatever they can do. Maybe just a prayer. Maybe just a shoulder to hang out on for a while. But you got this one life. It's one huge life. And it is huge. Like, no, I ain't doing nothing. It's minimum. It is huge because it's your life. You're special. Something in your heart, something about you just following the things you like can create something amazing in this world that inspires somebody else. Maybe they go on to do great things because of your presence, because you didn't hold back from expressing your own heart and in truth, in love, not in anger, not in wrath, not in those ways, but truly to seek the divine path and at every moment of the day to take that knife thyself rather than give it to thy oppressor. That's how I've been in my life. I know people are hurting. It doesn't matter if they say something or not. There's no way you can live in this world, be 20 plus years old, and not bump your emotional heart against something that you've been running from ever since. Everybody's on that playbook. Everybody's on that. And for those who ain't, they certainly walking in heaven. They certainly walking without a care in the world, and what a beautiful life it is to have. And that beautiful life is a good thing. It's like my mother when I was younger. She fought. When I look back at those memories, being a young kid growing up, my mom, she fought against the world at every single aspect, at every single turn, so that I could be ignorant of the world's turnings, of the world's business, of the world's cluster chaos entanglement. She fought and she suffered and she did everything she could so that I didn't have to live there. And when she passed away, that's when I started seeing the world for what it is. I started understanding why my mother told me to be inside before it got dark. I understood that strangers are very dangerous. Oh, they may not take your body, but they can certainly take your heart. They can steal your mind. That's why I'm on here every. That's why I do what I do. It's not going to be me that comes and saves you. It's not going to be something that drops out of the sky and gives you $1 million and says you can live forever and be okay. Truly, you are the savior of your story. You are the hero of your own story. Act like it. Act like it, as in valuing your own opinion, valuing what you like to wear, what you see, what you want to put on, what you look in the mirror, you say, I like that. I'm going to show that to the world. That's my painting today. That's what God sculpted through my intuition, through my likes and dislikes. That's what He sculpted today. And when I walk out into the world dressed like I am, that's not not for me to correct. It's not something for me to change. It's the painting, the art exists. God's creation exists, and it doesn't just sit on a wall, it walks with two legs. And everybody else is going to judge that painting. They're judging the work of God, of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. They're judging them. Do you understand what you're doing when you walk your path of faith in confidence? Those people, they get struck by lightning, but it ain't because you cast that lightning strike. It's not because you wanted it. It's because they judged God themselves. That's the reality. That's what's happening. And the more people that call their own car to the Almighty up above, we don't have to do nothing but learn and grow and develop, just like they're on the road to do so. That's our ministry. That's our preaching. That's our war. That's our fight. That is what I wake up for every single day. And I haven't lost sight of that since my mother died. 2012, February 22nd. I have maintained that mindset since then. And if it's just little old me, then I'm going to be little old me. I'm going to do what I do. I don't need a group of people walking before me or behind me to make the path of my feet, because I know that the Divine Father and the Divine Mother and all of their family, they roll within me, just like they roll within you. We walk, we are individual armies through faith, that love guides our steps so that we can unlock somebody's mind. You just very may well be the key. Your presence of looking unique and doing something that you love, standing there in confidence, just living your life. That can be the key to somebody's stiff door in their mind. And they see you and they becoming inquisitive. They become curious about you. Why are you dressed like that? What are you going? Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you dressed up for? She, are they crazy? Did they look? Well, no, they're walking pretty straight. They seem to be normal. Driving a car. They're going to become curious. That curiosity that starts working on those rusted hinges, on that rusted bolted door. And then one day, you don't know, you never saw them, you never met them, But one day their mind just, that door, it's open and they go on the discovery of life, and they're no longer stuck to just one isolated format of life. They're literal, the book becomes open to them and they can start writing their own story. They can start working with the matriarch, matriarchal mother, the mother of the matrix, the mother of matter itself, who dwells within all of us just as the Divine Father does. That's the inspiration. And yeah, it is scary. It is scary because when you dress like that, boom, everybody gonna talk, right? Everybody gonna talk and run their mouth. Well, my family's gonna talk to me, and my family exists in heaven. Ain't no man can touch it. You could build buildings to try to get up there, but it don't matter none. You can only access that place with your heart. And that's my family. So what do I care about what some other family is talking about me? What do I care about what some other group of people is talking about me or my family? We good, we doing what we doing, and if mom or pop need me to do something, then I'm on it. Otherwise, I'm gonna go about my life because they told me to be happy. That was my charge from father and mother, was to be at peace and be happy, treat my fellow neighbor with love, compassion, respect. That's what my charge was. It wasn't to control people. It wasn't to take from people. It wasn't to be Mr. Pop. It was none of that. Shoot, be Mr. Anti-Popular. Because the last time I checked, that dude that lived, he only had a handful of followers at the end. 12, 13, something like that. It wasn't about having the world. It's about finding a few that are on the same path. And when we find each other, then we can learn from each other. We can really and truly ask meaningful questions. The value of man's opinion is nothing in the sight of God, of divinity, of light, of goodness. Whoever your God is, whoever you see them as, your father, your mother, whatever the case. So live your life as you desire to do so. It's not causing no harm. Wear that nice dress. Look good today if you desire to. Not because you're going anywhere in particular, because you feel like it. It's nice to feel like you're dressed up. It's nice to feel comfortable with what you're doing because that's what you chose, not because what somebody else put on. Remember when you were a kid? If you do, perhaps you had this memory like myself. Mom come in, she put your clothes on you, da 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 da. Some they didn't have a choice. Mom came in, put your clothes on you. Mom or dad put your clothes on you. That's that. Not old enough yet to get your own stuff on. So be careful in the world who you interact with because their negativity can put you on another track. They can get you to focus on lesser things, things that truly don't mean anything because they're fleeting. They're here one moment and gone the next. But you know who's going to be here tomorrow? You know who's here today? Who's going to be there when we're gone? That's our children, the children of this world, the young ones. That's who's going to be here. And we know that this world is full of predators. It's not a the ocean. has no fish in it. It's just sharks, metaphorically connecting with the human populace. It's just a bunch of sharks. It's all predators in this world. And if we truly want our children to survive, then we need to build them up confidently to do so, not through foolish entertainment, not by lies, not by bickering, not by fighting and seeing who can dominate each other in a physical battlefield, but teaching them how to navigate through treachery, teaching them how to identify the conflicting actions of words and lies, of seeing somebody who embodies who they are and somebody who's always just posing as something else. These are the skills that we should be truly concerned about passing on to our children and each other if we've discovered. Because people will always be nice. They'll dress in what pleases you because they're trying to get something from you. That's why they have to play a part. This whole world, it's funny. People look at me and they're like, "Why are you dressed like that? You walk, you practically sleep like you go out into the world like that." Yeah, because the tribal path, the path to God, he said, "Will you put me first?" My divine Father, he said, "Will you put me first? Will you put me before the opinions of people? Will you put me before your own self-interest? Will you put me before the favor of your own heart connected with those around you, or to me, to the Divine Father, to the Divine Mother, to whoever it is that you follow? They are truly one indeed. That collective, that consciousness, that reality. Learning to navigate your environment and maintaining that ability to navigate your environment is truly going to provide for you a life that has happiness or peace, that has, or happiness and peace, or chaos and terror. That's actually interesting. You're like, I don't know, somebody said they're baking bread, and I made some biscuits like last night. Mm, I got some bread here. No, these things truly. I was Mr. Nice Guy. I was. I was Mr. Nice Guy. It didn't matter how much somebody did me wrong. It didn't matter anything. I kept doing good. Shoot, even in the face of somebody hating me, I still went and cut their yard for free. That was my nature. Was. being able to identify somebody, this is how simple it is. Sit back, keep your opinions to yourself. I'm just telling you what I did. Well, I'll personalize it. I sat back, watched others, and listened to everything they had to tell me. And I took it all as truth. You tell me that, then that's truth. If you spoke to me something, it's true. I'm going to believe it. And I'm going to leave it like that for about 2 or 3 weeks. Let's go. I'm in it. And then after 2 to 3 weeks, when things start not adding up, when actions are the opposite of the words, when I see deceit, when I see a bunch of folly, when I see a bunch of want, that's what's coming from the person. Want. They want to be all these things. They want to do all these things, but they can't. So I could care less whether they were lying intentionally or whether they were getting it by mistake. But after 3 weeks of watching, listening, hearing, and receiving, well, I know very much well what that person's pretty much about. Either they're going to be causing chaos or they're going to be causing order. They're going to be making me anxious and worry and wonder and question, or they're going to be like, yo, yeah, okay, let's plan on that. I'll be there at that time. And then I don't have to fight with someone who's been lying to me or doing wrong or not been able to live up to all of that. I can simply know to choose someone different to be hanging around. I've been through a whole lot in life, and the biggest thing of the last major lesson I learned, keep the gold, keep the lesson, drop the garbage. Get rid of the details, like relive that stuff too much. But it came after many years of trying to help one person in particular to get better, to do better, to achieve more, to be more. And after 6 years, not just failure, but utter desolation of failure was encumbered. And all of that failure, every single good action, every single loving deed I sent to in this reality that I'm talking about, it came back to me in two forms. Physical sustenance, my body was fed, I had all the food I wanted. Could eat like a king, quite literally, every day. And the other one was pure chaos to my mind. The love I was sending out was returning negative and positive energy. Something I was doing wasn't correct. And I learned. After the garbage fully, after the dump truck of all the garbage came and made me realize the truth is that it doesn't matter how much good is done for one person. That's not what's going to cause them to change their life. That's not what's going to cause an event. It has to be them who wants to change, who wants to do better, who wants to move forward. Because if their mind is curious, their mind has been wondering and inquisitive And it's been loose, that oil's been loosening that door, the rusted hinges and rusted lock. That inquiry's been doing that. If somebody has no inquiry and they're simply enjoying day to day, living day to day, perhaps they enjoy it, perhaps they don't enjoy it, perhaps they go on the rocky road, and that's just what they become accustomed to. But to be able to truly look at a situation and know that somebody doesn't want to get better, they don't want my help, they just want my presence. They just want my presence because my presence makes them feel at peace. You have to decide, do you want to grow? What are you looking for in life? Does your journey stop learning? Do you ever stop learning? Do you ever stop developing the mind? Because that is turning to stone is when someone stops learning, when they stop interacting and being competent. Because any field, archaeology, paleontology, any study in which there's awesome books to read and be like, whoa, and interesting documentaries to watch. There's the history that exists yesterday, and there's the individuals who are ever looking and finding new discoveries for tomorrow. And that's where it is. It's the inquisitive mind, it is the curious mind. And a curious mind attached to an innocent heart and one who can see dangers on the path. They got pretty good. They got a pretty good shot. They got pretty good odds at moving forward. They got a pretty good chance at ascension. Ascension. Are we preparing for death? I say nay. We're preparing for life. Death is not an ending. Death is naturally seen as an ending point. Like, life goes, death happens, that's it. Like, it's done. But I see death as the transformation stage. We were talking about those near death experiences, that article that I had found, and the scientific information that it was bringing forth. Essentially put to the direction that everything that we learn is going to be put together into one picture. So if you only learned one system of life, one culture, one faith, one aspect, then that experience, which is also equivalent to high meditative states for those who wind up doing the ayahuasca journeys and so forth like that, very similar to those types of experiences. Everything the mind has learned condenses, it denses, its density literally is what's shaping the next life. Oh, you're cool. You're cool, Pedro. Oh, you're cool, bro. Yo. Well, Pedro, you're a cool guy. It's sure this is it. Acceptance of each other, like truly just hanging out and being real. It's easy to find someone authentic, and God, this world, is so full of people just They want to be your friend to get something from you. That's it. And finding when my before my mom had died, I learned who Rosemary was. She became my best friend, and we stopped arguing incessantly, and we understood. We understood each other a whole lot better. I really saw who Rosemary was and is versus who Mom is. And after she had passed away and my wife left me, my daughters passed on, all that stuff. I'm like, if I have a friend in my life, if I have somebody I'm just chilling with, then if it's for 2 minutes or if it's for 2 months or 2 years, that's how real that friendship's gonna be. If they can't measure up and be as real as that, then I'm out. Then I'm out. I don't care because I don't want to spend time with someone who who never saw me, who never knew me. I don't want to spend time with somebody who I never got to know. And how can you know somebody when they say, "Oh yeah, well, favorite colors, I always drink this soda and da 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 da, and that's what I like to do. I play these video games all day long, da 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 da." I want to know what the heart is. I want to know. I want to connect. It's not that I want to know. I want to connect. I want it to be authentic because, like my mother, that time is limited. And when you have a friend in your life, guess what? That time is limited. It always is. And so I value every moment. Every moment. It's like living that one life to the most every day. Not wildly, not recklessly, but by speaking what is in my heart to speak. By dressing how I would like to dress, how by praising God and the Divine Mother, how I would like to praise them. That's all. I, I don't. Life can be complicated, and when I got done with that last big lesson of my life, of putting all my coins into that one place, and then literally having them just rot in front of me, having other people's actions cause me consequences. I didn't do anything bad. I didn't those act. I didn't do those things. I should not be receiving that energy. Someone else did who I was living with, and then that energy comes back to me. What? Whoa, they did it, and it comes back. Whoa. That's when I started being very cautious of who I chose to connect with. That's when I became observant, come into a new atmosphere, see anybody, see anything. I'm going to watch, I'm going to pay attention first. Maybe they come up to chat with me, maybe they don't, but I'm going to pay attention for a bit, and then I'll start chatting, and we'll see how things go. And I'm going to tiptoe forward, but as I tiptoe forward, I'm not holding back. I'm not holding back. I'm tiptoeing like as in my own caution. I don't want to hand too much over and then have it thrown back in my face. You know what I'm saying on that one? You do know what I'm saying on that one. Sheesh. So I watch and I pay attention. I become aware. And then I see somebody's good actions. And I see bullies who bother them. Whoa. Well, now that person certainly is my friend because I'm used to that kind of thing going on to me. So now I see that that person's dealing with the same kind of problems in life from ugly people. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit more. I'm going to get a little bit closer. I want to see where this goes. And on and on and on. When we just trust too fast, when we just jump in too fast, when we connect too quickly, it's the disconnection that destroys us. Like the disconnection with my mother. When she was alive, she had brain cancer at the end, and she had surgery and other thing, and she was really, she wasn't who she was. Rosemary was not Rosemary anymore. Like she'd come back, I'd be able to talk to her, once every, I don't know, couple weeks. But Rosemary was not Rosemary on a regular basis anymore. And I had to disconnect. I had to disconnect from my best friend, from the one that taught me how to survive life, even though I didn't know it. She left me with a wealth of memories, a wealth of goodness. She taught me what it's like to have somebody who truly has no fault with you and how they're going to treat you, versus someone who does have fault with you and how they're going to treat you. Just a friend in passing, just somebody that you talk to every day. Wind up having no idea that they have jealousy or animosity, or they have some feeling or idea about us that truly isn't substantial. It shouldn't be, though it does exist. And so secretly, while they smile in front of our face, they work all sorts of treachery behind our backs. And that's why it's important to pay attention. Pay attention who you want to save. Pay attention who you want to heal. Pay attention, because if they're choosing to want to get better, then your odds, your ability, you're gonna have mostly a smooth road. There's gonna be some bumps. Absolutely, there are always some bumps. We're always smoothing those bumps out, but at least you can. For myself, that's the value, is enjoying those moments, even no matter how short of a moment it is. But to have come and said hello, to share a few moments, that's where it's at. That's where it's at. Hmm. That was the. Thank you for the comments and so forth. Atlantis. No, that's not it. Art, Artanis. I guess it was the second time it was mentioned this morning. Is there anything significant about the beads? Uh, yeah. To me, yes, yes, massively. Um, okay, when a stone is heated up, or a stone has some vibration activated through like a gong or a sound bowl, scientifically, especially if it has quartz within it, it's going to resonate a particular energy. The resonance of that energy um, is powerful, and there is legitimate science to it, and there's a lot that people just, they don't get into and understand or anything of that matter much at all. And so they really connect to everything that I feel like is family. It really connects me to the ancients. It really connects me to my own energy. And above all of that is they are stabilizing to my own energy field. You see, when we start working with stones and wood and yantras and things of this nature on a shamanic path, one understands that yes, your power and your energy, it exists, and you don't need anything extra. You don't need an extra necklace. You don't need extra beads. You don't need all of that. You can do your thing just fine. Though the more that one grows, many will understand this. It seems like there was some advancement on the spiritual journey. You overcame something very significant, and as practically as soon as that was achieved, what winds up happening is a major setback, is a major hardship, a major blow, a failure, something of that nature. When this happens, that's the new energy coming in. It's not that it's an attack. The individual just took a step on Jacob's ladder. They just leveled up in the astral plane while still in human form. And so now their energy is open to new energies, and one has to adjust to those higher frequencies. That's why often somebody will be like, they'll be on that journey and they'll be climbing and they get hit back. They'll climb up again, they'll get hit back. Because when they climb up, you're supposed to use everything you learned in that one moment, and that's how you overcome that. That's how you move forward on the shamanic journey. And so, this again, the stones and so forth, they amplify one's energy, one's frequency. They bring balance to that frequency and to that energy. Um, and they also, yeah, especially on that higher frequency of state of being. Um, and even going back to biblical times, I mean, there's so many accounts before that, but the breastplate of Moses, when he went before the Ark of Covenant, you might disagree, you might not have watched some interesting discoveries, but that Ark of the Covenant is very much an arc of like electricity, okay? Like arc. There's an arc. And it said that when Moses was to go before the ark or whatnot, that the high priest, he was supposed to have this breastplate, this piece over him that had all these different stones, because these stones stabilized the energy that he was actually working with. And truly, that's it is something that on the journey as that happens. Actually, pretty good question there. It's interesting, my journey, because when my family was taken from me, when my mother died, when my daughters died, when my wife was gone, I didn't have a family to fight for anymore. All I learned my entire life was how to be a brother, how to be a sister, how to be an uncle, how to be family member, man. Just being a family member. Whatever, just hanging out and doing things, man. And when my whole family rejected me just because I said some words that I was talking to my mother in heaven. That's what I said. And they called me a demon. That's what they called me. People I had known my entire life for 27 years, literally within three, I want to say two, within 3 months of my mother passing away, family, friends, and everybody, because I said I'm hearing my mother from beyond the grave, they said I was a demon. I walked away from all that. I did what the Bible said, did what God told me to do. Dust my feet off and move on. You know what they taught me in that moment? They taught me the inevitable truth that for all that time within their midst, they never saw me as family. Whatever they thought of me, they were posing as my family. They weren't real. As far as I'm concerned, real family, I don't care if you said you're talking to SpongeBob at the bottom of the ocean. Shoot, come on, bro, let's talk. Sheesh. Too many damn snakes in the world, if you ask me. I could not stop my inevitable ending. And it was an ending. I couldn't stop that from happening. I mean, like, my wife was there, my two daughters were there, and I begged them. I begged for a different course. I begged. We were being tossed out, but they said that she and the kids could stay, but I couldn't. And I told her I had a job. I had just got paid. I had filled up 3 refrigerators full to the brim of food, good food too. Filled it up, cabinets, whatever. I told her grab the kids. I'll get the diapers. We'll be okay. God will provide. But she didn't want to follow. She didn't trust. She didn't believe. People won't believe. And it doesn't matter because you do. It's not that you believe in some person, but you believe in yourself. You believe that you can actually be better than the people who did you wrong. Their scars, the scars they put on our lives were an attempt to pervert our love, to change us into dogs and animalistic beasts like themselves. That's why they throw slurs and slander at us. That's why they attack us. That's why they have killed us. Because they want to pervert love. I won't. I won't. Not a damn thing they do will change my heart on the stance of love. rip my heart out and take a bite out of it while it's still beating. I'll go with you to your next life. I could care less. I don't have a family anymore. I got a brother out there, bro. I love you. But you gotta understand, daughters, mother, brother, uncles, all that. I had all that. I don't not I don't have those girls in my life anymore. They're dead. They're gone. I couldn't win that fight, but maybe, but maybe in my survival, I could give you some information that's gonna let you win your fight. I already lost. I got to the end of the race. That's okay. I'm happy because on a technicality, the consolation prize says I get to be with my mom forever. So whenever I die from this body, I'm with my mom. So for me, I win. And my daughters are with my mom. So so technically, it's a win for me. But I lost the earthly fight. I lost the earthly one. But you can win that one. Your future doesn't have to look like my past. I'm not one to get tattoos. I think they look cool on people, whatnot, but just not my thing. I think scars are cool, but like I have a couple of scars, but I wouldn't do it just to get a body marking or something, like. And so I dress the way that I dress. I dress the way I dress to truly express, to show my journey, show what I've survived. I've found life is not about winning. Life is about happily surviving and then thriving. Gotta survive the encounter first. The first time the encounter with life, with real life, they don't pull their punches. The way people are and what they work from, they've been poaching on people with a lesser mind for centuries because they've been able to keep their institutions and their religious structures in place so that the top, their memory increases because the amount of information they acquire is vast. So they're always learning more, and that information is being passed on so that people aren't starting at the bottom. It's like they got the ball of energy and information, And then they just keep passing it to the next one. And every single one of us that lives in the world over here, every single person down over here, that's why they change languages. That's why they put in new definitions to old words. That's why they confuse things. That's why they change things so that they can maintain their memory while ours becomes shortened. A person with a longer memory can do more things. For instance, playing chess and thinking 16 moves ahead. It takes a powerful intellectual mind to actually process all of those moves happening and what's going to lead there. That that requires paying attention and maintaining focus. So that's why they spoon feed all the information they do and the senseless entertainment to ensure that your mind has a shorter attention span. Everything in meditation, on the shamanic journey, on enlightenment, spirituality, in the beginning, in the very beginning, if you just started and walking on that track, the very first thing is there's a bunch of stuff to explain out, but the all of those things, meditation, all of it, it's teaching one how to focus their mind and hold that thought for a good long while. To not let other things come in and distract the mind, but to be able to stay focused on the track. Like, think about a bowling lane without the bumper rails. All right. If your thought is going down the track before it gets to the pins, if it gets distracted, boom, it's into the gutter. You didn't even knock down a pin. Straight into the gutter. You missed everything. And if you know nothing about bowling, you got to roll the ball down to knock down some pins. You knock down the pins, you get your points and move on. You're not on and on, anyways. But that's the thought process. Is to be able to hold that thought for as long as it needs to until it gets to its objective. And I'm not talking about just running your mouth over and over and over trying to shove an idea into somebody's mind. No, no, no. I'm talking about the whole day of life. I'm talking about day after day after day of life that you found what you want to be. You found what you want to be when you grow up. And maybe you're 50 years old and you're like, I'm already grown up, darn it. Well, if you haven't found out what you want to be, you haven't grown up yet. Because you've got to find out what you want to be. And sometimes, a lot of times, at least for my journey, finding out what I wanted to be, wow, what it took me 40 years, took me 40, no, 35, took me 35 active years after I decided what I wanted to be. It took me 35 years to get there, and I became it. And what I became, it was for my own, it wasn't for anybody else. The Bible said that God is love. So, and everybody at that time was telling me that I could be anything I wanted to be. So, if God is love, and I pursue love throughout my life, I'm 5 years old at this time, okay? I don't have any other idea of love than love. And I'm like, if I pursue love throughout my entire life, then I'll have the slightest inkling of what it would be like to, like, make contact, to, like, reach out, to get an embrace from the Almighty Father. I mean, that explains a whole lot of why I don't sit around with conflict anymore. Love is not about conflict. It's not. And so when I identify a problem or a situation, that's when I pray. I read words from other languages, mantras, hymns, all sorts of things that I go over. And so when I say pray, pray how your heart guides you. Pray how you you connect. Pray with the divine that you connect with. And that is so important, is to be able to respect somebody else's choice to honor the divine in the way that they do without adding conflict. I want to talk about being loyal to your God. That's what I'd like to touch on here. Being loyal to the divine aspect that you see, that gives life, that is the ultimate provider. That being that you personally connect with, that you use a very specific name with, however it is you go within your heart and you have that relationship with, the one that I connect with is the exact same. They're the exact same. But for me, there's a different appearance. And for you, I know there's a different appearance, but it's the same because they're omnipotent. They're that powerful. They can be what each of us needs them to be for what we need to see, for what we personally need to connect with, for what we need for our evolution, for our development of personal mind. And so, on that basis, I don't have conflict with anybody's God. I don't have conflict in that way or form. I don't. But you talk about war and the fighting and da 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 da. Well, absolutely, there is some very ugly presence upon this world that is not godly. Okay? Okay? And you can look at a man's actions, and you can also look at their corporation, and you can also look up their taxes. All my exes live in Texas. Who is my God? That's a acceptable question. When we look at frequency, we have to start becoming very scientific. There are frequencies, and there's the science of the water. We were talking a little bit about water yesterday. And in the frequency that exists in the cosmos, I'm giving a long routed answer. I'm giving the shorthand answer. Who is my God? Divine Father, Divine Mother. They got a gajillion names. They got a gajillion names. Geechee Manito, Durga, Mary, Ptah, Hikukateara, Alset, Kenemitonket. Uh, they've had a gajillion names. They've been all around the world. And they've been so loving that when they visit a group of people, in all the research and all the experience and everything that I've actually physically tasted in my life of experience, the Divine Mother and the Divine Father and all their memories that people have of them on this world, they didn't walk into that place and say, "You call me this name." They didn't walk into that place and be like, "I'm your God. You do what I say." They actually walked into that place and they were like, "Oh, whoa, those are some cool clothes. Yeah, let's trade." Boom, you only share. It's like a culture swap. Like the divine mom and papa come in and they're like, "Yo, oh, you want to call me? Okay, well, I'll honor what you want to call me." There's in India, they have what they call Sahasranama. I think that is the correct one. And they have other ones, different names, stotras, and so forth. In one of these in particular, it mentions 1,000 names of one God. The reason why they mention 1,000 names of one God is because that God goes and visits all the different villages. And in every different village, that village has a different name for that same being, for that same God. And so they read over all of those 1,000 names, 1,008 names. Sometimes a little more, but I think generally it's 1,000 or 1,008, depending or so. And they read all of those names because they're respecting and honoring their neighbor who is visited by the same divinity. Their neighbor gave them a different name, and even their neighbor honored the name that their neighbor gave them. Ain't that some love? So, who is my God? Dare I so be so bold to say, the same as yours? Truly, truly. For I do see God in every single human. I see the Divine Mother in every plant, bird, and animal. I see divine light within each and every person, no matter where they are in their life, such as somebody slinging insults. Because that person slinging the insults, the reason why they're doing that is number one, somebody hurt them. Number two, justice was not served. And number three, that's the way they've been conditioned, with one and two repeating throughout their life. That's what happens. A person becomes sour and bitter when they don't have a friend. A bully exists because they're alone. They could have the whole pack. They could have the whole group, 100 people around them. The bully, he's in the middle, he's Mr. Top Dog of it all. I'll take anything out. And everybody bows to him. But he's the one in the middle because he ain't got no friends. He's all by himself, and that's why he wants to take care of something. He doesn't talk about it. He doesn't explain it. If he can't confuse you and mentally and emotionally manipulate and trick you into doing what they want, then they will physically come and dominate you because they're alone. That doesn't, in my book of reasoning, that doesn't make the one up top, that doesn't make them stronger. It doesn't make them smarter, and it doesn't make them more powerful. It actually makes them weaker because they are alone. They're alone in their heart and in their mind. And that's why the actions that come out of them, oh man, they are sweet as cake when the money's around and the good times flowing, aren't they? But the moment all that excess goes away, or the moment a little hair under their tush starts itching the wrong way, and they're gonna bark, rah, 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 and they're gonna get angry and just destroy anybody in their path just because they didn't get what they wanted. To me, that makes the individual in the middle weak, not strong, not powerful, not in a commanding aspect. It exposes them. We've been talking about people, paying attention to people. Okay, there's a lot of groups in the world. Just leave it like that. Umbrella. There's a lot of groups in the world. And there's obviously a lot of opinions that wind up going off into the world. A single person can run their mouth all day, but I'm going to watch their activity for the week and I'm going to see if it lines up or not. That's going to show me about a person. So, any group in the world I can pay attention to and I can look at the actions. I can see what a single person is saying and I can look at what their group of people is doing. Ooh, talk a little bit, just a little bit, about the sneak attack. You never come up and say, I know it, and I'm coming right here and there. No, that's not how you sneak. You don't tell somebody, hey, I'm going to be coming around the corner at 4 in the morning. That's not how you sneak. You don't wear bells and stuff that's going to make sound if you want to be sneaky. You keep your thoughts to yourself. You stay focused and aware of everything happening around you. And you walk in the middle of the lion's den with a smile. And you learn everything you can. And then you walk out and nobody knew nothing. But now you know everything. When you start saying that you know somebody, you're going to have people come and give you kickback because they don't want you to know what you know. They're going to come and present arguments. They're going to come and throw slander. They're going to come and bring misdirection. They're going to get you emotionally invested because if you stay on the track of what you're paying attention to, you're going to break the matrix. You're going to open up the code of life. And they were trying to keep you quiet. But if you just keep all that really wise information right there, and they don't know you know. They don't know that you know. Now you can sneak. And with enough planning, you can get to the point where you can sneak attack. With love, with love, love, love. It's almost like dropping a secret sticky love bomb. of their plans of jealousy and greediness, metaphorically, a little bit literally. Look, people like to use the word passive aggressive. I'm going to tell you right now, either you passive or either you aggressive. Here's the correct term for what they want to say. It's manipulative aggression, because they come in nice, but they were aggressive from the very beginning. They were aggressive in their sneaking of a smile, collecting information, and then doing what they did. Exactly. Yep. Manipulative aggression, because they use that manipulation. And when you started to buck at your own freedom to do what you want with your own life and to say, nah, I see the truth, that's when their aggression started to kick in. The manipulation now did not work, so they have to set that aside and now they have to become aggressive. Okay? There is no, they are either passive. Passive means you're off to the side, not doing nothing. When somebody says passive aggressive, that means intention. That means passive is now out of the equation. It doesn't exist. It's manipulation. Just because they smiling when they kicking me in the face don't make it any nicer. It don't make it good. No. Fuck that. People do this daily. They don't tell you, and they will never confess to doing it. And they will drive you insane, literally insane, throwing convincing information at you that they did not intend for this to happen. Well, you know what? If you didn't intend for the past year of my life to throw mud in my face every day, then I'm pretty sure the last year of my life I wouldn't have been going to the sink every day to wash the mud off my face that you threw at me. Okay? Accepting reality for what you see it as, not what somebody else is manipulating their verbal crap all onto your face. Okay? That's the bath to take. That's the bath to wash off and to be like, you don't need to fight with that person. There's no winning. The only way you win with that type of individual is to walk away and take your energy with you. That means you're not thinking about them anymore. Though I'm going to tell you right now, the worst thing I can do, the worst thing I can do to somebody is to shut my mouth. Because if I shut my mouth, I'm shutting my energy. When I shut my energy, that means, bro, what I gave out yesterday, that's all yours. I could care less because my energies, I'm refueling that mug 24/7. You just ain't getting it no more. Not from me. It's staying right here with me. So they have a lack of my excessive nectar of peace, of love that I generate every day. And when they feel the loss of that, boom, it destroys their life. They closed the door. They destroyed my trust for them. You want to earn my trust back? I don't think so, because that is not going to be an easy track to take. The greatest lesson my mama taught me was valuing somebody's trust. You break that trust, oh, life is hell. I broke my mama's trust maybe 3 times. Maybe a fourth time, I can't remember, but that was it. After a certain time, I don't care what I did. Mom, this is what I did. Okay, fine. That life is good for me. I told mom and I was honest up front. we all good. But if I try to lie, if I try to keep something from her, oh, sheesh. And when I lost her trust, she treated me like a stranger. You know what it's like to be treated as a stranger? Yeah, you do. It sucks. Be treated as a stranger in somebody's house? That sucks, bro. Like, I can't go get whatever I want out. Like, I can't just do what? Teaching somebody that's not through explanation, not through explanation. They are the ones who played manipulation aggression. Now they're going to get stuck with no trust. They lost my trust. They a stranger now. My kid, my brother, I don't care who it is. They if they lose that trust, holy crikey, doors cut off. Yeah, sure, you still get food for night. Yeah, sure, you got what you need, but it's a whole nother aspect. It's a whole nother aspect of life, and it sucks not having a mom or a dad or a brother or a sister or that friend to have over, that person to hang out with. That sucks. But to teach somebody the value of trust, the value of maintaining trust, what it's like to lose trust, mm, that's going to teach somebody how to be a friend. That's going to teach somebody how to be loyal even unto themselves, to have some integrity, loyal to integrity, to be honest in their dealings. Hey man, I've messed up. I broke this of yours. Sorry. There's no way I can pay back for it, but I'm just letting you know. Don't wait for the right time. You got right now. You got this moment. You have the moment that you're alive. It sucks to lose a loved one. Oh, it's painful. But my mom, she saw that her life was about teaching me these lessons, making sure that I understood the values, not just understood, but embodied the values of compassion and love in a world where that type of attitude is going out the window. But at the same token, and in some beautifully weird way, I do see some type of resurgence. I do see some type of effort that's happening around the world to redirect individuals to a new way of thinking, to a new way of interacting with life. And that's a dynamic that can shift everything. One thing I truly appreciate about the Egyptian stuff that I've learned is that journeying down to the Hall of Truth was never about being judged. Like truly it's not about judgment. Yeah, the heart is weighed, and if it's lighter, like better things, and if it's heavier, it's like not so much good things. And like being forgotten kind of a thing. And for everything that I've experienced and everything that I've learned, you're prepared. You're prepared during life to be like, yo, do you want to get better? Do you want to learn? Do you want to be spiritual? You want to seek that path? Yeah, okay. The divines start working with you, not because you joined a religion, not because you paid $5.99 to be part of a group, not because you keep up with your dues, not because you paid so many alms. God don't connect with you like that, bruh, sis. Source connects. Collective connects. Energy and frequency, the attunement of love, that connects. That truly creates the network in which we're all, in some form, in some way, united together. One powerful thing is your heart. It's a powerful aspect in this world, and there are influences from every direction, from things that have been produced, things that have been developed, things that have been planned, to just your everyday occurrence. And one thing I do admonish people with a positive, loving heart is to be that influence, is to be the cause, to cease being the effect, to shine, to do what is in your heart, to follow your faith, to follow your truth. And that's how we create a new world together. Because I see everybody counts. Everybody counts. It's all about the frequency of the heart, positive frequency. How about a story? Maybe. I'm feeling like a story, a shorter story, not a long story. More topaz. Yes, I completely agree with more topaz massively. Um, I've been able to make it the past many months with a roof over my head. Very thankful for support that has been provided through the community. Thank you so much. Thank you, literally. Um, I'm used to moving around. I'm not used to staying in one place for a good long while, which has been a huge blessing. And that's because of your support. That's the only reason why I'm here broadcasting as I am. Otherwise, I I'd be outside and I wouldn't have this ability. That's that's a huge kindness. What was it somebody put there? A few questions I want to answer. Though when I am able to get a few bucks, when the next leg of my life happens, it always comes. There's phases, there's shifts, there's highs, there's lows on those kind of accounts. Though, um, yeah, definitely more stones, and I want to get more tiger's eye personally. Topaz would be great, and I have it on me. Gosh darn it, what's the name of it? Uh, Anyways, I'll look all that up. But yeah, I got some ideas, and interesting enough, the stones around the neck, especially the stones coming up the neck. I had done this just because I was being inclined to, and to where they'd stay up like this, and and then after I had them in place for a while, I found through some research that this is actually part of the ancient ways. Like, this is what they did, like tribally, like anciently, like thousands upon thousands of years ago, and into, it was, it's interesting when I wind up being guided through intuition to do something. I follow that intuition, I do it, I live it, I embody it, and then I find information, whether it be a documentary, legitimate scientific review of some article or something online or some experience, or in some other fashion or form, that I wind up discovering that this is really the way it was. This is really something that is tangibly real. And that quantum entanglement, see, this is why focusing upon wisdom, not just knowledge. See, knowledge is all great and good and stuff, but just knowledge can get you into a lot of folly. Wisdom, being able to utilize that knowledge in real world application at the time it's happening and have a positive result. Okay? This is why pursuing wisdom is so important, because to pursue wisdom every single day, to let wisdom be the center of your target every single day, day after day after day after day after day, to get stuck on seeking wisdom means that quantumly you're going to align with order, structure, and ultimately, which leads to the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, the matriarch of matter, the mother of the physical world. And when we become focused upon these energies day after day after day on a physical sense, taking in knowledge, making sure that this knowledge is real world applicable, allowing us to experience things so that we learn things. Wisdom doesn't mean that you don't get hurt anymore. Wisdom doesn't mean that life life's mishaps don't occur. Wisdom is like allowing you to sneak in a world full of noise. And the more you can sneak in this world, the smoother your path. Because then nobody's energy picks up your energy. Nobody comes in, you don't get connected with anything. You stay focused upon that wisdom, stay connected, quantumly entangled to that actual development. And this is what intuition is naturally going to be attuned to. Your intuition is your antenna. Okay? Let's leave chakras and energy centers out of it for a little bit. That's another page. We're going to focus intuition. Your intuition is going to guide you in that moment. And that intuition is the equivalent of your antenna. Your antenna is dialed into the attunement of what you choose to engage in mentally every day. So if your attunement is to an individual full of chaos and problems and lies and blah 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 blah, then your intuition is going to tap into when you're not thinking, when you're just going about anything, it's going to tap into chaos. And that's why your intuition may not lead you to do the correct things. Whoa. This is where we get into the conversation, and people use the word death, but I like to look more at the resurrection, more at the new life of the ego. Okay, the ego is the mind, the Ka on the Egyptians. The ego is the mind and how it perceives life. So when it is attuned, when that intuition is attuned to chaos, to lesser degrading material, then that's what we're going to dial in. But through an ego transformation, okay, we're not going to just kill it, but it is going to transform. We're going to put new habits. We're going to have new interests. We're not going to entertain certain old people. We're not going to entertain certain old foods. There are certain things that we are going to leave out. Not because these are things are like, not that these are things that we like, but because these are things that actually have been causing us problems and we didn't see it before. So now we can make a choice, we can make a decision, we can get pen and paper and be like, okay, this I'm gonna cut out, this I'm gonna put in. I'm gonna make sure and remind myself of that every day. And so I'm going to train my body to have new habits. How do you train the body to have a new habit? This is legitimate. You can look it up and even try it, and it will work quite effectively. Okay, number one, if you want to get rid of a bad habit, you have to have a new habit to put in its place. If you don't do something new, you will revert with your free time to go back to the old habit. Okay, so new habit coming in. In the beginning, we're not going to be too concerned about kicking the old habit. We're going to start a new habit. And so for 40 days, for 40 consecutive days, whatever it is, perhaps we're tuning into divine wisdom more. So we're going to have a journal, we're going to read some books, look at some educational things, and we're going to take notes. At least for 10 minutes a day, that's what we're going to do. So every single day, at least 10 minutes, it doesn't matter morning, midday, or night. But I gotta do it before I go to sleep. That's a guarantee. And don't. And so for 40 days, I'm gonna focus on doing this new habit. That's gonna be healthy to me. And after that 40 days, because I worked at it, because I checked the clock, because I kept in tune with it, now, shoot, I don't even have to try. I'm gonna do it. It's a new habit. Because it was done for 40 consecutive days, it becomes a new habit. You just something you do naturally. Just a habit to habit. It's just reading for my coffee. I like my coffee. Okay, just that's all. And then at that moment, that's when we can let go of that old behavior. We can truly let go of the old unwanted behavior, and we can allow that new habit to be something that we just do, not because we're on a schedule, but because we're enjoying doing it. And this is how we can change the ego, transform. We can transform the ego so that the intuition is now dialed in to healthy substances, healthy direction, healthy counsel. People ask me, are you the devil? And I'm like, ultimately, like that, those energies of dark and light reside within us. And it is our charge, it is our responsibility to formulate from those two energy sources in an alchemical process something positive, Something golden. What? From chaos? You produced gold? No. It was from chaos, and it was from order. It was dark and it was light that fused together within my being that produced something golden, such as a life lesson learned. I don't know about you, but I like to I like to gather up life lessons. I like to learn life lessons. How many more can I get under my belt? Because wherever my next life is after this one, however far away that happens and everything of that sort, hopefully nice good old age, nice and peaceful. As many life lessons as I can learn in this lifetime, that's what I'm going to have with me in the next lifetime. I don't have to learn it then. I'm going to get that update naturally, like I did in this lifetime from all my previous lifetimes and achievements of things of life lessons that I learned back then. And that is the treasure truly that you store in heaven that no man and no thing can deteriorate nor steal. It is the development of your soul. It is the development of a ghostly presence that is only doing positive things for humanity. This is what I found the Divine Mother does. Truly. Form that is active now, at every moment, is that she will come into an individual's life. She will do something that will create a miracle, producing a positive for them. And she'll be out. She'll move on to somebody else. And the person would have looked back as if they heard something, but nothing was there. And they didn't even know their entire destiny, their whole life just changed. She is the ghost in the machine of man. And at least for myself and many others I've shared things with, when you really connect with the Divine Mother, it's the hole in the heart gets filled. And then because the hole in the heart has been filled, wow, I don't need anything else. Like, sure, I like that stuff. Yeah, I'd like to have some more coffee. Sure, I'd like to have some, whatever the case. But I'm satisfied because I feel like mom and dad are in the room. I'm not just thinking God. I'm not just thinking alien. I'm not just thinking creator. I'm thinking mom and dad are with me. I'm good. I'm good. It doesn't matter what other people do. Somehow, someway, it's going to work out. Staying connected to that frequency, staying connected to that information, staying connected to that positive outlook, even amidst something that is detrimentally happening in the physical realm, staying connected to that golden thread that exists between soul and source. And that's what I found is the most valuable thing to hold on to in this world. Because if you choose to follow a person or you choose to follow a group, you just might never know if they happen to go down the wrong path. And everything was looking good, but as one walked off the side of the cliff, so too the rest were not looking either, and they fell down. It's your life, and you have the power to have a positive influence, not through brute force, but through prayer, through faith, through increasing your own vibratory field. Conquer thyself, and you will have no obstacle before you for the rest of your life. I had to learn all of this by losing to death precious loved ones, mother and daughters, family and friends. And I have longed that people could learn without having to go through through a traumatic experience. It is my wish, it is my desire that people in the world, such as yourself and all over the place, that you don't have to go through the trauma, and that you can learn and be able to make a better decision, not a better decision, an informed decision, a decision that of which you have options before you because you were aware. Why were you aware? Because somebody opened their mouth, somebody shared something, and it gave you an option. The worst time that's going to happen for you in your life is when you're backed into a corner figuratively and you have no options, when you have no way out. That's when the animal beast, that's when the ugliest moment of your life will come out. Because you have got to get out, or else your life's gonna be over. Emotionally, mentally, or otherwise. And so to be able to have an option, to be able to have a mental route out of some emotional entanglement, something somebody's causing you problems with in the real world, to be able to have an option to be able to get out of that situation will mean that that moment will never, you'll never be backed into a corner. You can always find a way out, or through, or over, or under. Whatever you got to do, you have options. And that's the importance of sharing with your neighbor. That's the importance of being an ally, of being friends, is because that when we share this information, well, we truly help them avoid the pit that we ourselves fell into. And certainly our parents fell into a similar pit of unscrupulous times and events to their time, to what was happening and shaping their life at that time. And so as much as we can, from parent to child, on and 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 on, this is how we look out for the future generations. This is how they can create a new future, because we keep improving generation after generation after generation. And here's something interesting to think about. The dude in that old book, he said you're gonna see things that, man, I ain't got no idea about, because they ain't even happened yet. Like, y'all are gonna unlock those realities. You're gonna discover those things. And the monarch butterflies who have this migration on our planet, in which from beginning to end, there's not a single butterfly that's actually made that trip before. They actually navigate their environment by environmental cues, by elements within the wind, so forth and so on. And they somehow make this journey every year with no one knowing how to get to the end. They got no clue what it looks like. And every year, somehow that journey is made and they get there. We as humans from one generation to the next are not any different. And for as much as you are inquisitive, and for as much as your mind goes and unlocks doors that have been shut, doors of information, doors of wisdom, doors of knowledge that everybody should be aware of, as you do this, then the entire collective has access to this information. For every single one that is more inquisitive, more curious, more seeking through wisdom, the more we attune the entire world's antenna of divine ego to the great, great beyond, beyond, to come truly in and shine upon this world as a whole. Every single person becoming attuned in their own time, as it is appropriate for them to do, not rushed, not forced, not having to join some group, but just natural life developing and occurring. All of these things is just, it's chaos. The waters of the sea have been chaotic for all of the hate, for all of the distrust, for all of that junk. And we literally have the ability to increase our vibratory field and to have an impact to calm those waves down so that more can be seen, so that there are less waves and more ripples of energy in this world. Positive, beautiful, harmonious ripples, not crashing waves, not destructive moments. And this comes through each one simply being their heart and pursuing that journey to wherever it leads them. For the future is unknown, truly. If we want to know the future, then we're going to control things so much that we're going to continually destroy our world as we have in the past, and it'll be utter destruction in the future because you're just, I gotta know, I gotta know, I gotta know, I gotta know. And that's it. Curiosity is positive on one side of things, but faith says, well, you'll let me know. I'm curious about it again. I'm learning, I'm opening the books, I'm reading, I'm taking my notes. But as far as our world goes in every single person, it is truly an individual journey of spirituality. Some people may find two or three to truly come together and bond and have some positive experiences. Though, even when you come together in friendship or union of such, be aware of where your loyalties lie. Be aware of your own dedication to divinity, for I tell you this from my own life, and it's why I cherish every moment I have with somebody, and I don't want to wreck it with 1 ounce of ugliness, because I know that the Divine Father and the Divine Mother are going to bring me somewhere. I'm going to do something. It's that time's going to last, and then they're going to move me on. There's going to be someone else to help. There's going to be something else to learn. There's going to be somewhere else for my mind to go and to encourage or do. And that's why. That's why in those moments when you find a group or that good friend, remember your dedication. It is not to a person. It is not to a group. It is not to some colors or a name. I tell you, heaven has no title. Heaven, you do not get to be like, yep, here's my card. I was a member. You let me through the pearly gate. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. So by living your own desires, by allowing your heart to be expressed and for that to be our world that we live in truly is aligning our antenna, is the transformation of the ego in attunement with love and divine wisdom, and with that we continually grow and elevate to where we all move into fourth, fifth dimensional frequencies and beyond, peacefully, 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 and cohesively. Love, love is a powerful thing. I went into a community once before, and we were all on rations. Um, and I traded all my rations for all the dessert that I could get. And I didn't eat. I saved it. I stored it appropriately. And I turned them sweets into a, God, it was a delicious pie. Uh, and within a group of individuals who trade everything, nothing's given, everything's traded. One day I took out this pie I had crafted, and I cut a little piece and I took it to certain individuals. And as I handed them a slice, I said, "This is my strength." One person came back to me and he said, "I paid attention to what you said and I understand." Love, love is not in existence to take. Love is not in existence to hurt. Love is powerful because it doesn't matter what you do to love. It's gonna be there today. It's gonna be there tomorrow. It's gonna be there at each and every moment. It's not absent from this world. And as much as I could see any person embody love for what love truly is, was my mother herself. And when she died at way too early an age, in 2012, at the sad age of, not this small, the too early age of 56 years old, I said, this world is going to know my mother's love. My whole life was ripped away from me, and I said, this world is going to know my mother's love. Her body may have been turned to dust, but she lives and she breathes and she talks. Love is powerful because love, you can't kill it, you can't manipulate it, you can't buy it, and you cannot sell it either. I love you. If you're a troll, if you're a demon, if you're an angel, if you're a human, if you're life, I love you. And I hope that you get to a day where you wake up and you're at peace. You're happy. You're happy just to be happy. And you don't know why, but you are. What a day that would be. I might not feel any better because of my own things, but you could be. And if I could pick you up from where I am so that you don't gotta be where I am, then I'm gonna do it. This world is not about one person winning, it's about all of us surviving. That's what I see. That's what I'm at. That's where my mind and heart are at every single day of my life. What am I on? I'm on God, man. I'm on God. I don't know what else to say. I just been following my path of faith. And everybody want to say I'm on something. You know what I like about this? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something funny. Years past before this online stuff kicked up as it is, I was like, dude, I wish I could just read the gossip magazines that's being written about me. Just walking through a neighborhood, just going into town, just anything, my own neighbors. Like, I could imagine, I can't imagine, I don't know what they're making up about me. But at least on here, shoot, I could see comments and people are like, oh, I'm like, oh, that's the gossip rag. That's what people are thinking. And I can laugh at it because I've been wondering for so many years what the gossip rags got, and now I've got firsthand access to it. That's that's Divine Papa and Mama certainly do got a little bit of sense of humor. I tell you what, when things kind of come together, they they can be beautifully arranged. It's interesting how much stuff is right in front of our face every single day, but we don't see it because we're focused on something different. Oh, I love you, bro. Sydney, bro, what's up? Thank you on the compliments. I guess I'll have to do a video of the altar, uh, like a short video or whatever, so that that can be seen. Generally speaking, at least in the current moment, I don't have enough lighting to have everything properly lit up. So even me trying to take the thing over there won't do it the kind of justice deserved. Um, Coffee, I prefer coffee. Uh, water, water is where it's at. Um, let's see, maybe I could get it in the picture here. Yes. Okay, you see this thing right here? That guy right there? Uh huh. That one. That's a water filtration system. So it's got like this hard filter up top, and then you can't see it because I have a shirt wrapped around it to block light and whatnot, because light will actually take away water from what you've done, anyways. But it has a five-stage filter in the middle of it, which alkalines the water, and takes a large, huge, significant amount of the fluoride out. And then also at the bottom, there's stones to remineralize the water. And then at the bottom portion where you see the white, and is it's technically empty. However, that empty space right there is filled with a bunch of stones. So there's a bunch of stones all underneath. Then that's the water pretty much right here with the filter in the middle, and then the top filling station up top. Um, why don't I fill it up for you? Like, I think I got some water to fill it up. And essentially, the water, when I go over the words of power, resonating the energy, so forth and so on, the it's literally converting the water into holy water. And I'm not kidding you. If you were here at my place and I gave you some to drink, you would taste thick water. It is near it. This at its state is halfway to the thickness of milk. Um, and it's legitimately holy water. And so that's what I wound up making my coffee with. And I do like tea, but I don't have so I don't have a selection of teas at the moment. Anyways. Oh, yes, yes. It's I'll spell it out for you. Hold on. Okay. The name of it is Santivia. S is in Samuel. A N as in Nancy. T as in Tom. E V as in Victor. I A Santivia, and it's they call it a gravity water filter. Um, gravity water filtration. And there's a lot of different brands on the market, but the Santivia one personally that I've done research and looked into, they on their website itself, it shows you all the stats of everything, of all the chemicals that of everything's being taken out. And it's a really wonderful filtration system to have. Anyways, I'm not sponsored by them or anything for selling their products or nothing, but I've lost things in life, and this thing I rebought I bought three times essentially. I had one, and then that one's out the window, and then I had another one, and then somebody like gave me the boot and kept it, and then this is my third one. This one, like other things, like shoot, I lost it once. Okay, next time I buy a couple, two or three. That's how I deal with losing stuff. Like if I lose something, then screw it. I'm gonna work my ass off. I'm gonna make the money, and I next time I'm gonna buy three of them. I'm gonna get three of them, so that if it breaks, falls apart, or anything else, then that's okay. I've got backup. Anyways, And so, technically, even though my coffee may be dark as dark, it's made with holy water, so it makes it holy coffee. As water's a great reality. How we treat people is going to be what their is likely to become. If we create chaos in their life, then every time they come to us, they're going to be flustered. Energy is going to be not conducive. But if we're kind to somebody, if we've done good to them and they have no cause and they are a good person, then when they come to us, they're going to be full of joy, confidence, happiness. And that's the energy that's going to come back to us. We create our own environment, we create our own beautiful or not so beautiful life. You and your efforts are significant upon the environment that you live in. Sure, I can't change the world, but together we can. I love you and I thank you for being here. I used to have a problem saying I love you because people take it differently. But I got enough through the years and the experiences where I don't have a problem saying that. I don't mean nothing bad by it. I'm not throwing any extra meanings out of that. But to say I love you is true in an alignment with my heart. And I might come around people and say that to them, and they look at me funny, or maybe they never even talk to me a day again because I said I love you. I didn't. Isn't it interesting how we create our world? We create our environment. Many people, they don't know what love is, and they had somebody come to them and do bad things while telling them that they loved them. They were not just posing as a false identity, they were manipulatively, aggressively creating the world they wanted to. Know thyself. I did not get to this point in my life. I did not get to this awareness. I did not get here until I knew myself. And when I got to know myself truly was the last big sour event that happened in my life. And it taught me what I will not accept. I thought I wanted cake, but when I had unlimited cake, nah, I actually think I like pie instead. Not too much of a fan of all that cake. Pie, on another hand, I've had a box of various pies in there, and shoot, pie, I'll go to town on day after day. I like pie, but cake's not my fancy. I thought it was, but it's not. So that allowed me to understand things in life that I thought I wanted to have fun with, things I thought were cool, and oh, after I got a hold of it, no, thank you. No, no. But the only way I was able to learn that, the only way I was, because I knew the stuff that I really liked, I really enjoyed, but there was the stuff that I thought I wanted. To know what you do not want allows you to say no to all the problems that are attached with it. My mom, she used to say, if we were sitting at a table and we all took out our problems and put them on the table like a bunch of chips to trade, we'd all take our own problems right back. Each one of us. Because we don't want to deal with their problems. We don't know how to deal with those problems. We won't mess with that. I don't know how to mess with her problems. I'm not female. I am in a masculine body. I know how to deal with my issues. I might have some good ideas, but that's not my body. I don't know. I'm gotta ask her. She knows you. Row her J. I didn't even read the last portion. That's compliment, like all to what has been and is continuing on, just in alignment. But when you made that, you're a moderator now, so you don't put a little authority in your place. The Divine Father and the Divine Mother, they don't care who you are. You're their child. You're their child and you're precious to them. Whatever faith, whatever country, whatever names for those that you honor, the ancestors that have seen God, seen their Maker already. They all lived and passed down their story to give birth to us. Talk about being enlightened, spiritual, shaman, being connected with mom and dad and that frequency and knowing that they're your mom and dad. You have that relationship. You have that bond. You are, when you choose to go on that spiritual path and stop following man for what man has established the rules to be, your your ego, right? Yourself, your mind of who you are is being molded by the divine father and the divine mother. It's not being molded by man anymore. Man in the flesh had to write those words, but the living embodiment of mom and dad who are alive right now, they live and exist within you. You, they are molding individually, not because you're in some group, not because you got some title above your name, but because of your heart. If you follow man and you value man's position and their authority and to rise in man's ranks, then you will never be a child of God, Father, and God, Mother. I'd rather be a part of family than to be in anybody's society. Day after day after day, that has been my journey since my mother died, since her flesh ceased to be walking on its own accord through her spirit. I said, I ain't going to be a hypocrite. The Bible said to do that. God said this. That's the divine route. Then that's the way I'm walking. The Bible said that to heaven, to God, it's a narrow path. And all I see before me in this world is a wide path. I don't see a golden path. The only golden path I've seen is similar to a golden string that can't be touched but only sensed. Just like the butterflies migrating, like the monarch butterflies migrating, sensing from environmental cues of where to go next, never having been there before. That is the narrow path. To walk the path where people are not cheering you, they're actually coming against you. Because that's how you know you're onto something. The more opposition that you have in your pursuit of light, that is the closer you are to tasting the sun itself. The world don't want you to get there because they tried and they were rejected for their greed, for their lust, for their dominance over their fellow neighbor. They were rejected. And it don't matter how many times they come back to life, they're going to remember that they were rejected. But you, yeah, you, you get to walk right on through because your heart is pure. Your heart is love. Your heart is like a child. In a world of evil, somehow you got a heart of love. And that's why you get to walk through. And that's why so much opposition will come to you. So when the opposition happens, know that you're onto it, bro. Sis, you're close. Don't give up. Don't give up. Because when you get a hold of the reality of mama and papa with you every day, no matter where you go, all that chaos, all that worry goes away. Because no matter what your age is, no matter where you are, no matter what your job, no matter where you're stuck, you know somehow, some way, mama and papa, they're going to work it out so that tomorrow's going to be all right. And they're going to do that every single day until the last of my days. And when one is a little child and they know mama and papa's there, they don't think about bills. They don't ask where the food's coming from. They don't worry about what's happening tomorrow. They freaking cry their heart out when they don't get to do something they wanted. Life is not just about doing what we want. You have free will. You you could do anything you want. And I pray that what you want to do is going to bring family together. That it's going to promote love. That it's going to stand up to help somebody who cannot help themselves. Because in those moments when you do help somebody, and that is kind of a straight, that kind of a circumstance, even if it just be for that day, they don't feel alone. And that's what we're all trying to escape, is being alone. You could be in a room full of people, but you still feel alone because they don't think like you. You know, they're concerned about frivolous things. I've had people in many circumstances of my, especially my past, or that existed way too often. But what I found in this world is that the majority of individuals, we share that background. We share that existence. And it seems like the world around us, they still not listening. They still just doing what they do and think they can get along with evil and wrong. But I see people rising up, politicians, actors, all sorts of individuals around my age range. And they are saying things, they are doing things, they are moving things, little man and big man alike, woman and all of it. And it's the only reason, truly, it's the only way we move forward as humanity is by talking about everything, not trying to sell something, but talking about things truly, not just answering folly questions, but seeking wisdom, sharing how to overcome a real world issue, such as not being liked, such as being the underdog. I look to the days where the bully is outnumbered 50 to 1. The bully don't get to stand. They don't get to exist because every single time that someone is witnessed being a bully, the whole community goes after that one evil person. And the only reason why they fell to being evil is because they were tortured and left out. And that's all they found out how to dominate. So it's not about attacking that person, but it's about defending the person being attacked. And also giving the correct help to the individual who sent the attack, knowing that they need companionship. They need someone to talk to. Why are you reverting to violence? Why are you doing these things? There's got to be something else than what's in the room. What's really itching at your heart, bro? Let's go get a beer. Let's go smoke a joint. Let's have a cigarette. Let's drink a cup of wine. Let's go. I don't care. Let's go do something. Let's go do something and see what's going on here. Cause the only reason why I can truly fathom why people treat each other bad is because they were not loved. They were never shown. They never experienced love, and they seen other people who have been loved in their life, and the ability to express it or not is not at their fault, but they are jealous. They are envious. They want that justice in their life. They want the justice of someone loving them in their life. That's why they attacked. That's why they were a bully, because they did not have someone. They were by themselves, just like the other person was. So when I use those words, it's always healing. No matter what, it's always healing. It's always healing and understanding that because someone's doing all these deeds and making all that noise, that's that much more healing they need. That's how much more they have been alone psychologically and emotionally. Well, you know what? I can be alone every single day of my life. I can, because my mother and my daughters, their souls, their energy, it exists. It is entwined, intertwined. It is one with my own, and I'm never alone. I know that. I always feel them present. And I feel a father present that I never had. And they're always there. So who do I cry for? Am I crying for myself? I'm crying for those that are stuck where I was in my past. Because if I could charge into your life and physically dominate a situation and make it better, oh, I'd love to. But that don't work. That creates problems. That creates chaos. So all I can do is sit here knowing the truth and sending out every ounce of my energy to everybody who could use that, who could use it, so that they could overcome their own obstacles. You don't necessarily have to fight other people's battles for them, but just giving them a good pick me up without them even having to ask can do a mountain of good to the soul and the heart. Morale, right? Morale's important. Morale. somebody feels different when they feel a part of something, and that morale changes, their soul rouses, the kindling of the fire begins. So, yeah, yeah. Truly, like any fine blade that has been crafted, or any metallic instrument of a fine metal, through the fire, through that intense heat, the impurities are burned away. The lion's den, the furnace, the conflict in life, it's all fuel. It's all fuel because your soul, it can survive all those things. And it can guide your body right through safety. It's interesting how much we wind up experiencing. That's the hard part, really, doing it, you would think. But then from the experience, people are stuck in an emotional past, and they just can't get out of that room. And that's why, with every ounce to muster yourself through the fire, through connecting with love, to following your faith, wherever that faith may be connected, to follow that faith, and to be that shining difference in this world. We don't have to go to a theme park to experience interesting individual character in life. How do you prove you're not a robot? Stop dressing up like an NPC. Wop, wop, wop. Dress with some flair. Let the rays of light singe those dark recesses of the mind's eyes that look at you throughout the day. And remember, if you choose to embrace life in these kind of a in this kind of a way, stay in your own attunement. You're doing this for you, for your own journey. And people are going to have questions that you do not have answers to. And people are going to make comments that you do not agree with, that are completely the opposite of everything you stand for. Continue to stand and walk in your narrow path. It's your narrow path. The narrow path is so narrow, there's only one person walking down that path, and that is you. For me, my path. That's my path. I'm walking down my path. That's why I say don't follow me, because your path is equally narrow, but it's your path. It is specific to your experiences. It's like it's like playing a video game. I can't go play the video game for you. I'm not going to go to your house and play your character. That's your character. So you got to level them up. I could give you ideas. I could tell you things. Shoot, I might be able to walk with you on your path for a little bit on this video game. But ultimately, my personal path is unique because it's going to divert off and go my own way at particular times, even at the end. Even if we followed that path together and we get to what we would think is the end, we're going to see two different realities because each reality that was a gift for them from the divine, and that was a gift for them for the each one was specific to each one's perception. That's why our worlds are a little bit different, yet the same. Because we're walking down a similar path, very similar path, but individualized. So we share information, we share tips on this journey seeking wisdom, seeking a complete heart, seeking a heart that is no longer broken. There's some cultures in the world, and I want to say Japan and China, and I'm sure there's more, but they drop a pot, it breaks, and then they use gold. They use gold to fuse the pottery back together so it becomes enriched. It's beautiful. Even in all of its fractures, it's now beautiful and enriching. In the beginning, when our ego, when our mind, when our senses are attuned to human demands, human interests, and human opinions, their agendas, so much, so much is lost, so much connection, so much fun, so much peace of mind, peace of heart, playfulness. Playfulness runs out the window and trauma creeps in. But when we get to the point down our spiritual journey and we're able to reconnect with Divine Father and Divine Mother, they get that nectar, that golden spiritual essence, and they help us find all those pieces of our heart, and they put some of their own pieces where those other pieces were disintegrated. And they put their own little touches on our heart, and then they put the gold, spiritual, alchemical gold, and they put our heart back in our chest. And then we feel complete. Our heart's no longer broken, it's no longer fractured. It's actually complete. I don't feel I'm wanting for things. Yes, I would love to have a pizza. Sure, I would like to have this. But truly, I'm okay where I am with what I have, and we'll make it work through today and tomorrow and the next day. Because my heart's complete. I'm not wanting. It's full. I'm satisfied. And that is something that only you can discover, something that you can discover. And as you discover that, as you unlock those doors, believe it or not, on that telepathic, on the collective, unified side of things, because you learned it, because you developed, that goes to the collective. Everybody can tap into that information, to that wisdom. So I sometimes will go through things in life, and we'll be like, got some really interesting idea. We try it out, and the situation gets magically better. I don't wonder so much because I started paying attention. I started seeing where things connected. Then I learned it to sneak. It's important to be able to sneak in life, not to do bad, but to avoid chaos, to avoid problems, to avoid the wrong entanglement. You said it earlier, and if you want to ascend, if you truly are on the path of the spiritual enlightenment, wise man, wise woman path, then every step that you take, there's a new frequency of energy to adjust to. There's a new amplification, intensity occurs, and that means we're constantly adjusting, we're constantly moving forward, we're constantly making strides forward, and that means all the distractions are going to come to us. And in those moments, press forward, press forward. Do not allow distractions to destroy your future. Breaks, moments to recover, a fun time here. But going into such moments, I know that they're limited because my journey must continue. So when I feel things cycling, when I've seen this happen once already in this situation, well, then it's time for me to elevate. It's time for me to grab onto a new line of thinking. I'm not just going to say, huh, I wonder why, the fourth time. The first time I said, huh, I wonder why. I'm investigating. I'm getting curious. I'm paying attention to events, taking notes, because I want to spiral up. Interesting, you think about a tornado, and generally speaking, we think about the tornado funneling down and creating the chaos on the world. And when it's doing that, it sucks it up like a suction, a vacuum. Houses just, buildings, tornadoes, powerful force. But I think of a tornado kind of upside down. It threw that energy and tossed it to heaven. All that energy around us, all of our ideas, all of the world outside of us. We walk into life and there is a storm occurring. No matter where we go, there is a storm happening. And if we pay attention, we're going to be aware of what the other end of that storm is connected to and what that energy is actually bringing forth. And that's when we, on our path, can decide and say, oh, wait, that's good energy. Yeah, let's connect with this. Woo, have a moment and then continue on. Or we can be like, this is not good energy. I'm going to walk around, take the long way around. I know it's the long way, but it's much safer because I'm not going to get sucked up in that storm. Only when we're in too deep, too long, and something major happens and we can't get out is, generally speaking, one of the worst moments of our life. It's okay to remain an observer and also to be a friend. I used to hang around a group and they were not such a savory group. They were a little bit more tough. And I told them, I knew their nature and everything. We already had our moments and everything, but I told them, I said, I'm not a violent person like that. No, you, but not. But, and I said, look, if anything goes down, I'm out, bro. I'm out. I'm not sticking around. Just letting you know up front. I know. And he was like, okay. Like, it didn't give me no problems, and everything was okay. Yeah, especially because I mentioned it, and something happened, and I was out. And afterwards, after everything settled down, I come walking back, and the dude's like, "Where the hell did you go, man?" All I know is I looked, I heard the sound, I looked back, and I didn't see you. I know that there are people in this world, and there's energies they're connected to. That's okay. Do your thing. I ain't got no qualm. I ain't saying you shouldn't, and I ain't saying you should. That is your path to walk. I'm on my path, and we're just walking on the same path for a little bit. So I know how to deal with my obstacles. You know how to deal with yours, and that's how we work as a team. Because as much as you want to believe it or not, when one person who's connected to the group, when one person leaves and nobody else sees or knows they're there, they're watching with their eyes, watching everything going down. They're keeping their eyes open, ears open, mouth shut, mind stopped. Because now everything being taken in is instantly, without consideration, without control or manipulation. That information is instantly sent to the individuals who are in the middle of the fray. It's called a scout. Learn how to sneak and be a good scout. Because the ones who are inclined to do certain things of which their vibration exists, then they can do what they need to do. And the healer can do what the healer needs to do. And the eyes and the ears, the head, the arms, and the body, and eventually the two legs with the feet and 10 toes of God Himself will walk on this world through each and every single one of us. And in that day, no man with an evil intention will walk this earth. They will not last. They will not survive. Not in the way that they want to. And that is how we become unified. And that is how we bring forth the fifth dimensional reality of God stepping on this world and walking with everyone at once, without name, without division, without all of the crap that exists, but a unified body, each doing what it knows how to do best. Truly, we are their children. We are the children of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, each one of us. Whether it be Jesus or any other divine one that you see and honor, they are a child of the Divine Father and Mother, and they were here to be like, yo, you can too. We're all their kiddo. I'm not a bigger brother than you or stronger. We all have our own abilities. I might be an eyeball, you might be a finger, they might be a knee, or whatever the case. We all got different things that we do. The eyeball technically got no bone, it's pretty darn fragile. but them bones, man, they pretty strong. So some things, some people can take more from certain situations than others. That's why it's important to respect other people for their abilities, for their gifts, for what they are. It's not our job to judge or control them. It is our duty. It is our loving right and responsibility to pass wisdom on to them, to give them encouragement, to make them feel like family, that they're not alone in this world that ignores so much good. There are people who value love, and they are children of light. They are divine embodiment. They are attunement of what Earth is being turned towards. They might have spent thousands of years creating some plan for the future, but I'll tell you what, divine mama and papa on this world, I don't care how many years you spent creating a future, the divine father and the divine mother unified as one want something? Shoot, no man, plant, thing in space, on the ground, or anything anywhere else can stand up against that. The big ones, they certainly like to tell you and convince you that they already won. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're number one, not them. They're worthless in the sight of the Divine Father and Mother. You shine brighter. I don't know about you, but if I had $1 million, I wouldn't have $1 million tomorrow because I would have went pulled a bunch of people homeless off the street and put them in a house, put them in a home that there you go. There's a title and deed. That's your name on it. Have a great day. Goodbye. I just spend my money till I'm broke, getting people off the street. There, you got a house forever. There's your mortgage, whatever tax, not mortgage, but whatever taxes is going to be owed for the rest of the year or the rest of the life. Boom, that's just going to it's going to be paid automatically. We already got that set up. That money set there. That's what I, and then I'd be broke again. Got a bunch of people off the street in a house, and they got food they could eat, and that's what I do with it. Look at what people do. Be aware that your energy is valuable, and you do have an ownership stock of this world. You want it? You human? And that's what your energy can create is a beautiful future, is a beautiful environment. For those in the world losing things, I'll tell you one thing, not one thing, my own journey of traveling about, following the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, is that they have filled my hands with things, and then they have removed those things from my hands. Either they had somebody come into my life to steal those things, or they had me put those things in the trash myself. For if you are going to be on a spiritual journey, you will acquire much and you will lose much. For you cannot learn a new subject while your desk is filled and covered with information from another subject. You must clear the desk of everything that is. And that means losing an item. I'll tell you what, the things I've lost the most, that's what I become If I lose something and I cannot reacquire it, I literally live as that thing. I embody it. I think about it every day. I see it in my mind ever more powerful. It doesn't live as an object anymore because the object is gone and it's not able for me to grab or hold on to. And so the memory is ever more so imposed into my soul and my mind so that its presence reminds me every single day that that is what I am, that that's what I'm living as. That's imprinting a new foundation. And so by the Divine Father and the Divine Mother blessing and taking, this has allowed me to grow in my development of all that is spiritual, of all that is divine, of all that is love. If you do choose the shamanic path, if you do choose the path towards the Divine Father and the Divine Mother of the spiritual enlightenment, whatever faith, accepting the loss of things is important because we can't hold on to everything. We can't hold on to each thing that we desire for every single moment. Paths diverge. Not necessarily for the worse, but for the better. And being okay with that loss. I'll tell you what, you could lose an item. That's one thing. Lose the physical item, sure. But lose somebody, lose a mom, a friend. Not just in death, but just they're not there anymore. And that can be detrimental to the heart and the mind. And that can freeze someone up to where they never move forward another day. And that's why your faith, your conviction to just live as your heart, when you walk looking a little bit different and somebody sees you, you might just be a bright light that gets them out of that funk that they've been in. You might just be that glimpse of light at the end of the tunnel that they lost sight of. You just might reinvigorate their faith. That that's that that's a beautiful. That is where we want to be. There's something I want to share here. I'm not going over like a long ceremony or nothing. I'm not doing that portion. But these are some words. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just some portions. And which it goes back to be Kemetic, which is Egyptian, but it's older than the Bible, though it has strong connection with the Christian faith and other faiths as well. It says things as, these are the elements of my body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. It says the scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of my suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of my undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of my heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life, and the bread and salt are as the foundations of my body, which I destroy in order that they may be renewed. The elements of my body have been perfected through suffering. When one fights back, when one's physically fighting, generally speaking, they're not in a state of suffering. In all my days that were the toughest on my heart and my mind, I did not take that energy and give it to anybody else. I used it to understand my environment. I used it to see what was around me, to become aware of what not to get stuck within and how to keep moving forward. Flame red fire is the energy of my undaunted will. Undaunted. Nothing is going to cause my will, my active force to cease. The flame red fire from the chakra, it's churning. Thinking of a steam engine. It's heating up all of those substances for pressure so that it can be guided directly through the will of my heart to effect the most goodness. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of my heart, sacrificed unto regeneration. My heart pouring out in sadness, my heart bleeding from being broken towards regeneration. Regenerate, not talking about attacking somebody because my heart's bleeding, it's talking about regeneration. The cup of wine from my bleeding heart. That means that the Divine Father hears my tears. He has received a cup of my bleeding heart, of the blood from my bleeding heart. He has heard my prayers. He has heard my heart. And through that, the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, the light and the dark, can truly regenerate my mind, my ego, my sight of the path I walk each and every day. I was, one individual taught me a little bit about swordsmanship. Dude, like, no joke. My sword's, it's blunted, it's a blunted edge, but it's every bit of the word is real. Like, you use the sword all day long and then some in this mug, it, it gonna hold up. And, but I like sword work. I like sword work. I think it's very wonderful, awesome as far as exercise, so forth and so on. sword work's pretty interesting. The fundamentals, the footwork, the placement, the stance. One thing I learned in my sword work is to develop a strategy. Now, in the beginning, as you're just starting out, first things first, you gotta learn footwork. You gotta have your footwork in place. No, if you got bad footwork, then your whole form of your sword work's gonna be out of play. No good. Number two, you don't swing it like a baseball bat. Okay, this isn't use all your might to get it out there. Okay, you're not trying to lift 1,000 pounds. You're trying to fight for 12 hours straight and not tire out. That's the goal here. Okay. And so you learn that your body moves, and when you get where you're supposed to be, that sword acts like a push pull, like a lever. Okay. Whole body comes forward, arms extend, and then push pull is the snap at the end. Whole things come and snap. Whole things come and snap. Now, there's something called feinting. Feinting means I'm coming forward, I'm coming at you, and everything is telling you all of my footwork, all of my movements, all my energy is moving directly towards you. So it says that my attack is coming this way. Now, as my attack is coming down, and I am prepared to sail that through the end and end the engagement right then and there, most likely the other individual, my opponent, they're going to respond to block, defend, or counter my oncoming attack. Now, everything I did was to sell that attack and to commit fully to it. However, I was fully prepared every ounce of the second from the moment of the initial engagement, all coming together, that I was going to feint. So I'm coming in for that attack, and as soon as that person comes in to attack me, my footwork has literally moved so fast that my sword is now coming at the back of their head. And if they did something to happen to block that, I got something planned for that afterwards. Sneak. Your intentions, your heart, your love, your purpose, your goal, don't let it be seen. Keep that to yourself. And when you come up to opposition, you know exactly what you're doing. And if you can score the home run in the first shot, great. But if you can't, you are ready to pivot. You're ready to pivot and come at that from a completely different angle. We're not just repeating the first steps. We are completely shifting and adjusting in the moment. We're not waiting for a reset. We're not waiting for round two. We are actively engaging and shifting our position to have a better advantageous position. Footwork's important. That footwork stance on the ground, if you just standing and you have your 2 feet, okay, someone push your shoulder, it's going to throw you off balance. But if you separate your feet a little bit and you take a time, not a full-on squat, but just a little bit sitting into that stance, you're more grounded, you're more ready to resist being pushed against. Your energy from your chakras, from your own mode of being, it resonates 24/7 and never stops. It's always humming something. And generally speaking, it's stuck in a mode to be affected. It's stuck in a mode to be dominated by something else. And that's why it's important to connect to your heart, to live life like you want to truly bring out the experiences you seek to have by just following your intuition, by being connected to things of wisdom and positivity and divinity, to grab a hold of that golden cord that is going to exist within your mind and your senses that nobody can touch or take from you. Your power is in your memory. Remember every single day. The word member, the word R-E, member, remember. The members of your body seem to be cut off every night. And in the morning, if we don't remember our mind and our soul, mind, body, soul, if we don't remember that together, then we're going to be affected by anything in the world. But if we bring ourselves into unity, if we bring the masculine and the feminine, the brain very much, masculine right side, feminine left side, we bring these into unified field. We know who we are. We know what we stand for. We remember what we were chasing yesterday, and we don't give up that hunt, and we don't give up that chase. We stay on it. We're on our path. We're on that narrow path that exists for us. It's not for us to tell somebody you need to go another direction. It's not. It's up for us to be like, yo, need something. I got something that could help you. Here you go. Boom. Take care. Tell you what, teamwork really do make the dream work. And that team doesn't have to be official. Spirit and energy doesn't move like that. That's one thing I really have lived and really have experienced and found out is that divine quality, that divine aspect of a complete heart. Anybody can attain it, anybody can grab that. And it is the best thing in this world. It is the best thing in this world to be able to pass that on to others, to give them that peace. That is the greatest, thing I could do in this world. Because all the powers that be, well, they outpower everything else pretty much in every way. But one thing they are is alone. And the collective, the conscious, the unity, the embodiment of divinity, reinforcements have arrived. I don't know about you, but these are certainly some exciting times and days of our lives. Exercise the mind. I can't stress this enough. The future belongs to you. If you want it. They don't have a better answer than what you can acquire. In any regard, I am going to go use the bathroom. I will be right back very quickly enough. there's this article that I'm looking at here, and it says quantum physics says that everything observed is affected by the observing watching it. What you pay attention to in your life is what you're going to bring into your life. That narrow path I was talking about, it adjusts to what you see and it adjusts to how you create each day. Whether it be positive or whether it be negative, whether it be logical or whether it be abstract. What you perceive and what you pay attention to is what you're going to further define, what you're going to further cause a density of these ideas, in which in some form or another they become activated and manifested around our very lives. And so I do see the entire world in such a beautiful state of being with nobody at war, no suffering happening. And if we all focus on that positive goal, if we all focus on an aspect that is beautifully creating our future, we literally can quantifiably create heaven on earth. The tree of life in every sort that I've learned about is connected to your own body. It's the person that becomes the tree of life. See, tree of knowledge of good and bad is like a computer. It can give you good or bad. It can tell you these things. But life will tell you this is what you want to know. This is what you need to know. And this is the reality of walking the path. Wisdom giving you also a solution of the reality of walking the path and what you need to know to avoid the dangers or how to overcome the dangers that life is going to present to one. Actually, but tuning forks would be rather awesome. I've not technically had a set of tuning forks. Not on the technical. Not no to Michael, no to Calumet. Thank you, 9. And ODIG. ODIG. Yeah, I do. I Tuning forks sound great. Uh, most indeed. Most indubitably. Let's talk about one shadow. The the shadow will usually stay obviously hidden. Shadow comes out when light is being shed. When one side of the world is illuminated, the other side is dark. When one part of the world is awake, the other world part of the world, generally speaking, is asleep. The shadow is always there as much as the light is always there, though, even as we see the symbol of a yin yang, that shape, the darkness and the light, they clearly they meet and yet they're divided. They have a portion of each which is connected to the other, though it exists independently yet cyclically. I've learned to I've learned to catch the omens, the cues from my shadow. I've learned how to pay attention to the things, the messages that my shadow leaves for me. Because when I'm awake, when I'm seeing, when I'm aware, when I'm consciously active, the only thing I can catch are the glimpses from my shadow, those things out of the corner of my eye. And I know I saw something, but when I looked, there was nothing. The unseen part of the self, and going deep within and connecting with that side of the self, getting to know that heart. That's what is a part of that journey on the narrow path, is truly connecting to one's own heart and seeing all the dark spaces that the mind chose to lock away from the heart. Because it said, if I think about those recesses within the heart, I'm not going to be able to keep functioning. I have to maintain a job. I have to maintain life. I have to do these things in order to keep going. So I can't break down. I'm going to separate that. And this is what causes much folly in life. This is part of the shamanic journey, the wise woman journey, the spiritual life. Truly, truly uniting the shadow world with that of light, truly allowing the subconscious and the conscious to come into a unity in which they trust each other. Even amidst and despite the chaos of the world around us every single day. To stay connected to that shadow self, to stay connected to that individual who's not connecting with the rest of the group, who doesn't have family, that person who's in a room full of people and yet they're all alone. Remember the shadow self. Remember all the things that you were wanting to forget. That's the shadow work. That's the shadow work. That's part of the events on the narrow path. That's your journey. That's not for anybody else to figure out. It's not for anybody else to answer. You get to have the final say in what that reality is, in discovering the truth for what it is, for seeing as you've seen, to examine it, to know it, and be able to close that chapter, close that book on your life, and be able to walk forward from that. Always maintaining the memory, always maintaining that life lesson that was learned through that occurrence. Don't forget that part of yourself. Don't let go of them. That shadow self exists. They always walk with you. That is your unconscious mind. That's it right there. Love you, bro. Much love indeed. Indeed, bro. You are a creator. You are. You're a creator. You get to create what you choose. And your creation is a part of this wonderful world. I have a story. I have a story or two before we head out from the fairy tales. What do you think about that? There was once upon a time an old king who was ill and thought to himself, I'm lying on what must be my deathbed. Then he said, tell Faithful John to come to me. Faithful John was his favorite servant and was so called because he had for his whole life long been so true to him. When therefore he came beside the bed, the king said to him, Most faithful John, I feel my end approaching and have no anxiety except about my son. He is still of tender age and cannot always know how to guide himself. If thou dost not promise me to teach him everything that he ought to know, and to be his foster father, I cannot close my eyes in peace. Then answered faithful John, I will not forsake him, and will serve him with fidelity, even if it should cost me my life. On this thou die in comfort and peace. Then he added, After my death thou shalt show him the whole castle, all the chambers, halls, and vaults, and all the treasures which lie therein, but the last chamber in the long gallery, in which is the picture of the princess of the golden dwelling, shalt thou not show. If he sees that picture, he will fall violently in love with her, and will drop down in a swoon and go through great danger for her sake. Therefore thou must preserve him from that. And when faithful John had once more given his promises to the old king about this, the king said no more, but laid his head on his pillow and died. When the old king had been carried to his grave, faithful John told the young king all that he had promised his father on his deathbed, and said, This will I assuredly perform, and will be faithful to thee as I have been faithful to him, even if it should cost me my life. When the mourning was over, faithful John said to him, It is now time that thou shouldest see thine inheritance. I will show thee thy father's palace. Then he took him about everywhere, up and down, and let him see all the riches and the magnificent apartments. Only there was one room which he did not open, that in which hung the dangerous picture. The picture was, however, so placed that when the door was opened, you looked straight on it, and it was so admirably painted that it seemed to breathe and live, and there was nothing more charming or more beautiful in the whole world. The young king, however, plainly remarked that faithful John always walked past this one door, and said, Why dost thou never open this one for me? There is something within it, he replied, which would terrify thee. But the king answered, I have seen all the palace, and I will know what is in this room also. And he went and tried to break open the door by force. Then faithful John held him back and said, I promised thy father before his death that thou shouldest not see that which is in this chamber. It might bring the greatest misfortune on thee and on me. Ah, no, replied the young king. If I do not go in, it will be my certain destruction. I should have no rest day or night until I had seen it with my own eyes. I shall not leave the place now until thou hast unlocked the door. Then faithful John saw that there was no help for it now, and with a heavy heart and many sighs sought out the key from the great bunch. Then he had opened the door. He went in first, and thought by standing before him he could hide the portrait so that the king should not see it in front of him. But what availed thee? The king stood on tiptoe and saw it over his shoulder, and when he saw the portrait of the maiden, which was so magnificent and shone with gold and precious stones, he fell fainting to the ground. Faithful John took him up, carried him to his bed, and sorrowfully thought, The misfortune has befallen us, Lord God. What will be the end of it? Then he strengthened him with wine until he came to himself again. The first words the king said were, Ah, the beautiful portrait, whose is it? That is the princess of the golden dwelling, answered faithful John. Then the king continued, My love for her is so great that if all the leaves on all the trees were tongues, they could not declare it. I will give my life to win her. Thou art my most faithful John. Thou must help me. The faithful servant considered within himself for a long time how to set about the matter, for it was difficult even to obtain a sight of the king's daughter. At length he thought of a way, and said to the king, Everything which she has about her is of gold: tables, chairs, dishes, glasses, bowls, and household furniture. Among thy treasures are 5 tons of gold. Let one of the goldsmiths of the kingdom work these up into all manner of vessels and utensils, into all kinds of birds, wild beasts, and strange animals, such as may please her, and we will go there with him and try out our luck. The king ordered all the goldsmiths to be brought to him, and they had to work night and day until at last the most splendid things were prepared.
When everything was stowed on board a ship, Faithful John put on the dress of a merchant, and the king was forced to do the same in order to make himself quite unrecognizable. Then they sailed across the sea and sailed on until they came to the town wherein dwelt the princess of the golden dwelling. Faithful John bade the king stay behind on the ship and wait for him. Perhaps I shall bring the princess with me. Said he, therefore see that everything is in order. Have the golden vessels set out and the whole ship decorated. Then he gathered together in his apron all kinds of golden things, went on shore, and walked straight to the royal palace. When he entered the courtyard of the palace, a beautiful girl was standing there by the well with two golden buckets in her hand, drawing water with them. And when she was turning round to carry away the sparkling water, she saw the stranger and asked who he was. So he answered, I'm a merchant, and opened his apron and let her look in. Then she cried, oh, what beautiful gold things! And put her pails down and looked at the golden wares one after the other. Then said the girl, the princess must see these. She has such great pleasure in golden things that she will buy all you have. She took him by the hand and led him upstairs, for she was the waiting maid. When the king's daughter saw the wares, she was quite delighted and said, they are so beautifully worked that I will buy all of thee. But Faithful John said, I am only the servant of a rich merchant. The things I have here are not to be compared with those of my master as in his ship. They are the most beautiful and valuable things that have ever been made in gold. She wanted to have everything brought to her there, but she said there are so many of them that it would take a great many days to do that, and so many rooms would be required to exhibit them, that your house is not big enough. Then her curiosity and longing were still more excited until at last she said, conduct me to the ship. I will go there myself and behold the treasures of thine master. On this, Faithful John was quite delighted and led her to the ship. And when the king saw her, he perceived that her beauty was even greater than the picture had represented it to be, and thought no other than this his heart would burst in twain. Then she got into the ship, and the king led her within. Faithful John, however, remained behind with the pilot, and ordered the ship to be pushed off, saying, set it all sail till it fly like a bird in air. Within, however, the king showed her the golden vessels, every one of them, also the wild beasts and strange animals. Many hours went by while she was seeing everything, and in her delight she did not observe that the ship was sailing away. After she had looked at the last, she thanked the merchant and wanted to go home, but she came to the side of the ship. She saw that it was on a deep sea far from land and hurrying onwards, all with all sails set. Ah, cried she in her alarm, I am betrayed. I am carried away and have fallen into the power of a merchant. I would die rather. The king, however, seized her hand and said, I am not a merchant. I am a king, and of no meaner origin than thou art. And if I have carried thee away with subtlety, that has come to pass because of my exceedingly great love for thee. The first time I looked on thy portrait, I fell fainting to the ground. When the princess of the golden dwelling heard that, she was comforted, and her heart was inclined unto him, so that she willingly consented to be his wife. It so happened, however, while they were sailing onwards over the deep sea, that Faithful John, who was sitting on the fore part of the vessel, making music, saw three ravens in the air, which came flying toward them. On this he stopped playing and listened to what they were saying to each other, for that he well understood. One cried, oh, there he is carrying home the princess of the golden dwelling. Yes, replied the second, but he has not got her yet. Said the third, but he has got her. She is sitting beside him in the ship. Then the first began again and cried, what good will that do him? When they reach land, a chestnut horse will leap forward to meet him, and the prince will want to mount it. But if he does that, it will run away with him, and rise up into the air with him, and he will never see his maiden more, spake the second. But is there no escape? Oh, yes, if any one else gets on it swiftly and takes out the pistol which must be in its holster and shoots the horse dead with it, the young king is saved. But who knows that? And whosoever does know it and tells it to him will be turned to stone from the toe to the knee. Then said the second, I know more than that. Even if the horse be killed, the young king will still not keep his bride. When they go into the castle together, a wrought bridal garment will be lying there in a dish, and looking as if were woven of gold and silver. It is, however, nothing but sulphur and pitch, and if you put it on, it will burn him to the very bone and marrow. Said the third, Is there no escape at all? Oh, yes, replied the second. If any one with gloves on seizes the garment and throws it into the fire and burns it, the young king will be saved. But what avails that? Whosoever knows it and tells it to him, half his body will become stone from the knee to the heart. Then said the third, I know still more. Even if the bridal garment be burnt, the young king will still not have his bride. After the wedding, when the dancing begins and the young queen is dancing, she will suddenly turn pale and fall down as if dead. And if someone does not lift her up and draw 3 drops of blood from her right breast and spit them out again, she will die. But if anyone who knows that were to declare it, he would become stone in the crown of his head to the sole of his foot. When the ravens had spoken of this together, they flew onwards, and faithful John had well understood everything. But from that time forth he became quiet and said, for if he concealed what he had heard from his master, the latter would be unfortunate, and if he discovered it to him, he himself must sacrifice his life. At length, however, he said to himself, I will save my master, even if it bring destruction on myself. When therefore they came to shore, all happened as had been foretold by the ravens, and a magnificent chestnut horse sprang forward. Good, said the king, he shall carry me to my palace, and was about to mount it when faithful John got before him, jumped quickly on it, drew the pistol out of his holster, and shot the horse. Then the other attendants of the king, who after all were not very fond of faithful John, cried, how shameful to kill the beautiful animal that was to have carried the king to his palace. But the king said, hold your peace and leave him alone. He is my most faithful John. Who knows what may be the good of that? They went into the palace, and in the hall there stood a dish, and therein lay the bridal garment, looking no otherwise than as if it were made of gold and silver. Then young king went towards it, and was about to take hold of it, but faithful John pushed him away, seized it with gloves on, carried it quickly to the fire, and burned it. The other attendants again began to murmur, and said, behold, now he's even burning the king's bridal garment. But the young king said, who knows what good he may have done? Leave him alone. He is my most faithful John. And now the wedding was solemnized, and the dance began, and the bride also took part in it. Then faithful John was watchful and looked into her face, and suddenly she turned pale and fell to the ground as if she were dead. On this he ran hastily to her, lifted her up, and bore her into a chamber. Then he laid her down and knelt and sucked the 3 drops of blood from her right breast and spat them out. Immediately she breathed again and recovered herself. But the young king had seen this, and being ignorant why faithful John had done it, was angry and cried, throw him into a dungeon. John had throw him into a dungeon. Next morning, faithful John was condemned and led to the gallows. And when he stood on high and was about to be executed, he said, every one who has to die is permitted before his end to make one last speech. May I too claim the right? Yes, the king. Yes, answered the king, it shall be granted unto thee. Then said faithful John, I am unjustly condemned, and have always been true to thee. And he related how he had hearkened to the conversation of the ravens when on the sea, and how he had been obliged to do all these things in order to save his master. Then cried the king, O my most faithful John, pardon, pardon, bring him down. But as faithful John spoke the last word, he had fallen down lifeless and become a stone. Thereupon the king and the queen suffered great anguish, and the king said, Ah, how all have required great fidelity, and ordered the stone figure to be taken up and placed in his bedroom beside his bed. And as often as he looked on it, he wept and said, Ah, if I could bring thee to life again, my most faithful John. Some time passed, and the queen bore twins, two sons who grew fast and were her delight. Once, when the queen was at church and the two children were sitting playing beside their father, the latter, full of grief, again looked at the stone figure, sighed, and said, Ah, if I could but bring thee to life again, my most faithful John. Then the stone began to speak and said, Thou canst bring me to life again if thou wilt use for that purpose what is dearest to thee. Then cried the king, I will give everything I have in the world for thee. The stone continued, If thou will cut off the heads of thy two children with thine own hand and sprinkle me with their blood, I shall be restored to life. The king was terrified when he heard that he himself must kill his dearest children. But he thought of faithful John's great fidelity and how he had died for him, drew his sword, and with his own hand cut off the children's heads. And when he had smeared the stone with their blood, life returned to it, and faithful John stood once more safe and healthy before him. He said to the king, Thy truth shall not go unrewarded, and took the heads of the children, put them on again, and rubbed the wounds with their blood, on which they became whole again immediately, and jumped about, and went on playing as if nothing had happened. Then the king was full of joy, and when he saw the queen coming, he hid faithful John and the two children in a great cupboard. When she entered, he said to her, Hast thou been praying in the church? Yes, answered she, but I have constantly been thinking of faithful John and what misfortune has befallen him through us. Then said he, Deaf wife, we can give him his life again, but it will cost us our two little sons, whom we must sacrifice. The queen turned pale, and her heart was full of terror, but she said, We owe it to him for his great fidelity. Then the king was rejoiced as she thought as he had thought, and went and opened the cupboard, and brought forth faithful John and the children, and said, Go, God be praised, he is delivered, and we have our little sons again also. And he told her how everything had occurred. Then they dwelt together in much happiness until their death.
and play nice. Alright, 8-bit, play nice. But there you go, bro. I don't necessarily want people to get kicked out of the room, out of the video or anything, but I don't appreciate bullying, and so there you go, bro. Hopefully that don't happen again. Every day we learn. Every day we try things. One thing I've learned is that a lot of people that would. I've had some interesting moments in my life, and it's interesting how at times people that would seem like the enemy are truly a friend, an ally of some sort, something we see. We're not truly at odds, they're not truly an enemy. It's kind of like that shadow and that light. And unless the shadow and the light come and meet together, they might not, they're not going to change. But those interactions are very necessary for the development of our spirit. A lot of times we want to deny an experience in life because we think it's going to end bad. But I welcome the experience knowing that it's just going to end, and my sight and my experience can be positive, it can be transformative for myself. And so there are moments where I welcome things that other people would naturally oppose. When I seek unity, I seek understanding, I seek oneness. It really does, I totally agree with that comment. These are the types of things that philosophers, people who value learning about life, people thinking about life, having constructive conversations about aspects of life that people would naturally truly be having emotional arguments, about. But to be able to actually come together in a space and talk about opposing ideas or ideals, and to truly, for the exploration of learning, for the adventure of discovering how somebody else views something, presenting one's case of how they live their life, and listening to another one who has constructively, in their own format, learned how to live their life. This is sharing, this is growing, this is moving, this is positive. Most people don't want to have this experience because when they enter this type of experience, they usually wind up getting emotionally involved. They usually wind up fighting. They usually wind up with a negative. When I say emotionally involved, I mean negatively affected in that regard. Offended would be a word to use in that area, and that creates all sorts of negative things occurring. Though to come together and to be able to be constructive and to verbalize things that others would not, without fear of that and without negatively getting emotionally attached, perhaps a positive emotional excitement is definitely the positive reaction.
if not, an identified, not independent yet directed line of thought of one's own, while being able to listen and see and discover what somebody else is doing. Just because I listen to what somebody else is doing or how they're living life or how they perceive life does not necessarily equate into myself choosing to live life like that. It is good to take in the knowledge, it is good to take in the information. Most definitely, learning, learning is important. Learning is the ability to truly grow without needing somebody present to do so by their instruction, but to make your own divine connection. That. I want to say so much new, though. The placement and people, I guess where I've been sitting is like right above me, right? That's pretty cool. I didn't think about that when I did all this stuff or whatnot, but where he got set up, that's certainly cool. I mean, like, when I started doing the eyeliner, it's my environment that allowed me to do it. I had been before I had started wearing eyeliner, and I personally like to wear it. Generally speaking, I'll apply and then I'll just leave it on and let it like fade off, and then I'll wipe it off. So it has, different days or whatever. Anyways, but it was just my environment that allowed me to do it. I wasn't around anybody who was telling me not to, and it's, uh, and then I learned more and more Egyptian stuff and the connection, and then it's interesting, the connection to the Egyptian side, and then the community I was in. It was like, it's just kind of like, it's a thing. It's a cultural kind of a thing. Like, I'm not about tattoos, but and so in one kind of a way also, I viewed it as my mask. Like, everybody wears a mask, right? Like, everybody wears a mask of some sort. That emotional mask of their character, of their heart, right? And so I was like, I was thinking of things, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna wear a leather mask over my face. That's just kind of silly to me. But eyeliner's kind of cool. Could do it different ways like that. And then I found the form that I have now, and I'm like, I like that. I connect with that in a few different ways, just tribal, like my own tribal look. Like everybody needs their own like little uniqueness or whatever. So, and then I had people coming up to me, and I had a guy ask me, he's like, "Can I use your eyeliner? Can I try it out? Can I put some on?" And I was like, "Well, don't use too much of it, but yeah, here, sure, go ahead." And
I don't even think about wearing it anymore. I like when I'm just like this, I don't think about it. I don't, even though I'm looking at the screen, my vision's blurry. So, oh no. See, like there's certain qualities in life that you can identify are definitely positive aspects of somebody's character. And for myself, when I identify those aspects, like that's when I'm really willing to extend my energy to them, because I know that that character, that aspect of them, that came from something they endured from, something they survived from, something they developed too. I know it's not easy to get to that aspect in life. It's difficult to get there. And I see family like I look into a mirror, because I'm very aware of my shadow, my subconscious, the things I don't necessarily want to think about, but like those hard moments from the past, those really intense moments in the past, because those that aspect of myself exists everywhere within everyone, and I don't lose sight of that shadow self. Has the light has not lost sight of the shadow within another. And so maybe the other person, there's so much shadow that they don't even see light and they don't see shadow. They just see what they see in front of them. You get what you got. That's what the world served up. That's what I'm dished with. Moving on. Don't care. Not really with it in life. Not moving forward. Just existing. Not really. Not. That's not even surviving. But that's why I keep pushing, because I know that that shadow self exists within you, within anybody out there, no matter what they may say or view me as or excommunicado me from. I know their shadow self, and I see them, and I send loving energy. It's the rainbow, bro. You can't stop the rainbow, and guess what? The rainbow, when you see it in its entirety, it's a full circle. When we see a bow, we only see in half of that mug. It's a full circle. They're really rain circles. Like, I'm like, bro, which makes me wonder, in a 3D space, if it was able to be seen in that aspect, would it come out to be a sphere and not a circle? Hmm. Like you could look at it like online, like especially like skydivers or pilots, they can see it because of the angle and degree and everything. I got a book that explains all the math on it, 44-degree angle and all this other sort of stuff. But truly, it's a range. It's a full circle if you ever seen it.
It's an amazing sight. I seen it once when I was a young kid. When I was younger, else the images I seen online, I probably wouldn't believe them. But it was in grade school that I saw that, and it was a full rain circle. It was around the sun. What the heck? It was amazing. It was like the fourth grade. I was in fourth grade, and I think the elementary school was called the Timber Wolves or Timber something. Anyways, and that was so amazing to see as a kid. Like that was real. It was like everybody else saw it too. Everybody that was at recess, we all saw it. We all looked up. We all looked up. We all saw it. And anyways, I always see that shadow within people, even though they may be ignoring that portion of themselves. That's what I'm speaking to. That's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. That's why I survive. People ask me why do you keep doing what you're doing? I know you and I know what you've been through, and I've been through this stuff myself, and everybody else in the community been through this stuff, and we all quit. And why are you continuing on? Why? Because I ain't giving up on you. That's why. I think you're worth living for. A stranger that I've never met in life, that I never even talked to, but your family, because our energies connect. And that energy, that raw power, that's life, that's inspiration, that's confidence, that is faith in action. That is the children of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother walking upon this world freely. Not wrongly, not unjustly, but freely. Freely. That's spreading some positive energy. That's what my mom has really taught me how to do, is how to not give up, how to find something in life. It's easy to die for something. It's hard to live for something. It's difficult to live for something. It's easy to lay down and do nothing. That is defeat. That is emotional death to the life. But to change things up, to move forward, to kick it up however it is you do, in the most loving and greatest of mannerisms. That's where you get to participate. But it is an awesome Sunday. A new moon just did happen what, a couple nights ago, last night, something like it was just a new moon, practically still in that kind of energy. So really connecting with that shadow self, really seeing
really seeing that part of yourself. It's not easy, but it does bring completeness. As much sadness as one may feel will be the opposite spectrum of the positivity that one can feel. By learning how to internalize, personalize, and ultimately alchemically transform that energy, that experience into a new version of ourselves. This is the journey that just does not stop. It doesn't stop. It continues on. When moments come in our lives where physical injuries occur and cause us to not be able to do the things that we once were able to do, those are moments that the universe is telling us to slow down, to really pay attention to that subconscious, those inner thoughts, to look at life through an abstract way because we're moving too fast. One thing I've learned is that if I'm doing too much, I wind up. I like it's like working out. It's like working without gloves. Like if I'm doing yard work, you're moving something. I don't care. It could be practically anything. If I were wearing some gloves, I'm gonna cut my hands open, my fingers open, my hands gonna get cut. Guaranteed splinter something. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. So I always, if I'm doing something outside, if I'm doing some heavy work, I'm always working with gloves. And that seems to be much like life. If we're doing too much on a physical level, we wind up having a physical injury, and that physical injury says, "Yo, that's from Papa, Mama saying, sit your butt down. It's time to chill out." No, I don't eat. I don't eat parrots. Yeah, you're very welcome. Really, you brought attention to it. I appreciate that 8-bit. You brought attention to it, and then I saw another comment you had made. It's at the sight of several things can move forward much better. Uh, my mind brings back remembering, putting it back together, fusing it back together. Sometimes it, by just being present, those and allowing events just to be, just to exist, those things can kind of hook up, and um, truly, it is that kind of unity that the collective conscious, I believe, is after.
not control, but just connection. Connection.
So thank you and welcome. Oh, thank you. Um, there you go, bro. Thanks, thanks a bit. Uh, Thank you to all our moderators and everybody in the chat and contributing to a positive atmosphere. We do appreciate that. We didn't have anybody taking care of any of that. And slowly but surely, we're growing, developing, moving. The good bargain. There was once a peasant who had driven his cow to the fair and sold her for $7. On the way home, he had to pass a pond, and already from afar he heard the frogs crying, "Ike, Ike, Ike, Ike." "Well," said he to himself, "they're talking about a rhyme or reason. It is 7 that I have received, not 8." When he got to the water, he cried to them, "Stupid animals that you are, don't you know better than that? It's $7, not 8." The frogs, however, stood to their "Ike, Ike, Ike, Ike." "Come then, if you won't believe it, I can count it out to you." And he took his money out his pocket and counted out the $7, always reckoning 4 and 20 groschen to a thou. The frogs, however, paid no attention to his reckoning, but still cried, "Ike, Ike, Ike, Ike." "What!" cried the peasant, quite angry, "since you are determined to know better than I, count it yourselves," and threw all the money into the water to them. He stood still and wanted to wait until they were done and had brought him his own again. But the frogs maintained their opinion and cried continually, "Ike, Ike, Ike, Ike," and besides that, did not throw the money out again. He still waited a long while until evening came on and he was forced to go home. Then he abused the frogs and cried, "You water splashers, you thick heads, you goggle eyes, you have great mouths and can screech till you hurt one's ears, but you cannot count $7. Do you think I'm going to stand here till you get done?" And with that he went away. But the frogs still cried, "Ike, Ike, Ike, Ike," after him till he went home quite angry. After a while he brought another cow, which he killed, and he made a calculation that if he sold the meat well, he might gain as much as 2 cows were worth, and have the skin into the bargain. When therefore he got to the town with the meat, a great troop of dogs were gathered together in front of the gate, with a large greyhound at the head of them, which jumped at the meat, snuffed at it, and barked, "Wow, wow, wow!" As there was no stopping him, the peasant said to him, "Yes, yes, I know quite well that thou art saying, 'Wow, wow, wow, wow,' because thou wantest some of the meat, but I should fare badly if I were to give it to thee." The dog, however, answered nothing but "Wow, wow." Wilt thou promise not to devour it all then? And wilt thou go bail for thy companions?" "Wow, wow, wow," said the dog. "Well, if thou insistest on it, I will leave it for thee. I know thee well, and know who is thy master. But this I tell thee, thou must just bring it out to me." Thereupon he unloaded the meat and turned back again. The dogs fell upon it and loudly barked, "Wow, wow." The countryman, who heard them from afar, said to himself, "Hark now, they all want some, but the big one is responsible to me for it." When 3 days had passed, the countryman thought, "Tonight my money will be in my pocket," and was quite delighted, but no one would come and pay it. "There's no trusting anyone now," said he, and at last he lost patience and went into the town to the butcher and demanded his money.
The butcher thought it was a joke, but the peasant said, "Jesting apart, I will have my money. Did not get the great dog. Did not the great dog bring you the whole of the slaughtered cow 3 days ago?" Then the butcher grew angry, snatched a broomstick, and drove him out. "Wait a minute," said the peasant. "There is still some justice in the world," and went to the royal palace and begged for an audience. He was led before the king, who sat there with his daughter and asked him what injury he had suffered. "Alas," said he, "the frogs and the dogs have taken from me what is mine, and the butcher is paying me for it with a stick." And he related at full length all that had happened. Thereupon the king's daughter began to laugh heartily, and the king said to him, "I cannot give you justice in this, but you shall have my daughter to wife for it. In her whole life she has never yet laughed as she has just done at thee, and I have promised her to him who could make her laugh. Thou mayest thank God for thy good fortune." "Oh," answered the peasant, "I will not have her. I have a wife already, and she is one too many for me. When I go home, it is just as bad as if I had a wife standing in every corner." Then the king grew angry and said, "Thou art a boor." "Ah, lord king," replied the peasant, "what can you expect from an ox but beef?" "Stop," answered the king. "Thou shalt have another reward. Be off now, but come back in 3 days, and then thou shalt have 500 accounted out in full." When the peasant went out by the gate, the sentry said, "Thou hast made the king's daughter laugh, so thou wilt certainly receive something good." "Yes, that is what I think," answered the peasant. 500 are to be counted out to me." "Hark thee," said the soldier, "give me some of it." "What canst thou do with all that money?" "As it is thou," said the peasant, "thou shalt have 200. Present thyself in 3 days' time before the king, and let it be paid to thee." A Jew who was standing by and had heard the conversation ran after the peasant, held him by the coat, and said, "Oh, wonder what a luck child thou art! I will change it for thee. I will change it for thee into small coins. What dost thou want with the great thalers?" He said, "The countryman, 300 canst thou still have. Give it to me at once in coin. In 3 days from this thou wilt be paid for it by the king." He was delighted with the profit, and brought the sum in bad groschen, three of which were worth two good ones. After 3 days had passed, according to the king's command, the peasant went before the king, pulled his coat off, said the latter, "And he shall have his 500. "Ah," said the peasant, "they no longer belong to me. I presented 200 of them to the sentinel, and 300 the Jew has changed for me. So why nothing at all belongs to me." In the meantime, the soldier and the Jew entered the claimed and what they had gained from the peasant, and they received the blows strictly counted out. The soldier bore it patiently and knew already how it tasted, but the Jew said it sorrowfully, "Alas, alas, are these the heavy thalers?" The king could not help laughing at the peasant, and as all his anger was gone, he said, "As thou hast already lost thy reward before it fell to thy lot, I will give thee something in place of it. Go into my treasure chamber and get some money for thyself, as much as thou wilt." The peasant did not need to be told twice, and stuffed into his back pockets whatsoever would go in. Afterwards he went to an inn and counted out his money. The Jew had crept after him, and heard how he muttered to himself, "That rogue of a king has cheated me after all. Why could he not have given me the money himself, and then I should have known what I had? How can I tell now if I have had the luck to put it in my pockets is right or not?" "Good heavens," said the Jew to himself, "that man is speaking disrespectfully of our lord the king. I will run and inform, and then I shall get a reward, and he will be punished as well." When the king heard of the peasant's words, he fell into a passion, and commanded this one to go and bring the offender to him. The Jew ran to the peasant. "You are to go at once to the lord king in the very clothes you have on. I know what's right better than that, answered the peasant. I shall have the new coat made first. Dost thou think that a man with so much money in his pocket is to go there in his ragged old coat? The Jew, as he saw that the peasant would not stir without another coat, and as he feared that if the king's anger cooled, he himself would lose his reward, and the peasant his punishment, said, I will out of pure friendship lend thee a coat for the short time. What will people not do for love? The peasant was contented with this, put the Jew's coat on, and went off with him. The king reproached the countryman because of the evil speaking of which the Jew had informed him. Ah, said the peasant, what a Jew says is always false. No true word ever comes out of their mouth. This rascal kid there is capable of maintaining that I have his coat on. What's that? Shrieked the Jew. Is that coat not mine? Have I not lent it to thee out of pure friendship in order that thou might appear before the Lord King? When the king heard that, he said, the Jew has assuredly deceived one or the other of us, either myself or the peasant. And again he ordered something to be counted out to him in hard thalers. The peasant, however, went home in the good coat with the good money in his pocket and said to himself, this time I've hit it.
That was the Good Bargain from the Grimm's Fairy Tales. Uh, what about the wonderful musician? Oh, that's great. The wonderful musician. There was once a wonderful musician who went quite alone through a forest and thought of all manner of things. And when nothing was left for him to think about, he said to himself, time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch hither a good companion for myself. Then he took his fiddle from his back and played so that it echoed through the trees. It was not long before a wolf came trotting through the thickets towards him. Ah, here there is a wolf coming. I have no desire for him, said the musician. But the wolf came nearer and said to him, ah, dear musician, how beautifully thou dost play. I should like to learn that. It is soon learnt. The musician replied, thou just only to do all that I bid thee. Oh, musician, said the wolf, I will obey thee as a scholar obeys his master. The musician bade him follow, and when they had gone part of the way together, they came to an old oak tree which was hollow inside and cleft in the middle. Look, said the musician, if thou wilt learn to fiddle, put thy four paws into this crevice. The wolf obeyed, but the musician quickly picked up a stone and with one blow wedged his two paws so fast that he was forced to stay there like a prisoner. Stay there until I come back again, said the musician, and went his way. After a while he again said to himself, time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch hither another companion, and took his fiddle and again played in the forest. It was not long before a fox came creeping through the trees towards him. Ah, there's a fox coming, said the musician. I have no desire for him. The fox came up to him and said, oh, dear musician, how beautifully thou dost play. I should like to learn that too. That is soon learnt, said the musician. Thou hast only to do everything that I bid thee. Oh, musician, said the fox, I will only obey as a scholar obeys a master. Follow me, said the musician,
And when they had walked a part of the way, they came to a footpath with high bushes on both sides of it. There the musician stood still, and from one side bent a young hazel bush down to the ground and put his foot on top of it. Then he bent down a young tree from the other side as well and said, "Now, little fox, if thou wilt learn something, give me thy left front paw." The fox obeyed, and the musician fastened his paw to the left ball. "Little fox," said he, "now reach me thy right paw," and he tied it to the right ball. When he had examined whether they were firm enough, he let go, and the bushes sprang up, and he jerked up the little fox so that it hung struggling in the air. "Wait there till I come back again," said the musician, and went his way. Again he said to himself, "Time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch hither another companion." So he took his fiddle, and the sound echoed through the forest. Then a little hare came springing towards him. "While hare is coming," said the musician. "I do not want him." "Ah, dear musician," said the hare, "how beautifully thou dost fiddle. I too should like to learn that." "That is soon learnt," said the musician. "Thou hast only to do everything that I bid thee." "Oh, musician," replied the little hare, "I will obey thee as a scholar obeys his master." And they went a part of the way together until they came to an open space in the forest where stood an aspen tree. The musician tried a long string round the little hare's neck, the other end of which he fastened to the tree. "Now, briskly, little hare, run 20 times round the tree," cried the musician. And the little hare obeyed, and when it had run round 20 times, it had twisted the string 20 times round the trunk of the tree, and the little hare was caught. And let it pull and tug as it liked, it only made the string cut into its tender neck. "Wait there till I come back," said the musician, and went onwards. The wolf in the meantime had pushed and pulled and bitten at the stone, and had worked so long that he had set his feet at liberty, and had drawn them once more out of the cleft. Full of anger and rage, he hurried after the musician and wanted to tear him to pieces. When the fox saw him running, he began to lament and cried with all his might, "Brother wolf, come to my help. The musician has betrayed me." The wolf drew down the little tree, bit the cord in two, and freed the fox, who went with him to take revenge on the musician. They found the tied up hare, whom likewise they rescued, and then they all sought the enemy together. The musician had once more played his fiddle as he went on his way, and this time he had been more fortunate. The sound reached the ears of a poor woodcutter, who instantly, whether he would or no, gave up his work and came with his hatchet under his arm to listen to the music. "At last comes the right companion," said the musician, "for I was seeking a human being and no wild beast." And he began and played so beautifully and delightfully that the poor man stood there as if bewitched, and his heart leapt with gladness. And as he thus stood, the wolf, the fox, and the hare came up and saw well that they had some evil design. So he raised his glittering axe and placed himself before the musician, as if so to say, "Whoso wishes to touch him, let him beware, for he will have to do with me." Then the beasts were terrified and ran back into the forest. The musician, however, played once more to the man out of gratitude, and then went on after onwards.
I tell you what, two good friends just up to some good times, enjoying each other, just hanging out, can often keep away a lot of problems of things that we were not looking for
in the first place. It's good to have friends in this world, and it's good to come together. Even when we are in solitude, day to day conditions, or what one may just be accustomed with in their daily life, we are not alone. Our hearts resonate a frequency. Our bodies hear this through time and space, quantify it, science it, faith it, religion it, believe it, don't believe it. But however you see it, know that you're not alone. Know that you're not alone. Know that there is someone else out there that you're connected to, of a group of enlightened beings. That no matter how dark the day may seem, no matter how bleak the moment may be, that you have friends in hidden spaces and you're going to make it tomorrow. Wherever you call home, or wherever you have your spot where you rest your head at night, do you return to? I'm going to share a little some wisdom, something I learned on my journey. Before you leave your place of residence, wherever that may be, you see yourself in your mind, envision it. Before you leave that place, envision seeing yourself return home, walking into the door, walking into your home, walking into your environment, and eating a meal, listening to music, watching TV, doing some meditation. Envision that before you leave for the day, and you're going to make it home. This is a real formula. Awesome, David. For real, for real. I've picked up some games recently playing. We do gotta. I have been. Yesterday I started doing a live broadcast of my video gaming. So the 3 game, or at least the 2 games I've been jumping between, uh, is Elden Ring. And I've been playing Borderlands 3. But so I've been broadcasting that stream. It comes across the YouTube channel, but it's not in the shorts section or whatever where this video would have popped up for you. Like you gotta search for it or whatever. But I've been doing that I started that yesterday. Seems like something I kind of enjoy doing, at least broadcasting. I'm not talking on the mic or anything on those sections. Um, Gaming, when I'm gaming, I'm not a big talker. I'm really kind of immersed in that aspect, so I don't exactly have a mic hooked up or whatever to. But of course, you get the audio from the game and all that stuff. If you would like to contact me, if you have a question, if you uh, anything of the case or sort, suggestions, whatever, feel free to send me an email to settra@yahoo.com. That's SETCHRA, settra@yahoo.com. That's my email. we we can all tune into the channels we desire to tune into. And when I say channels, I don't mean I don't mean YouTube channels. I mean obviously it applies, but like think about what channel you want to tune in for the day. Are you just tuning into things to make you laugh? Are you laughing to recover from being saddened too much of going into that shadow world too much? So you need that comedy to kind of bring you up. You need that pick me up. Or is the comedy, is that channel of the day, is that being seen throughout the perspective of the mind? Is that being sought after to escape pain that we have not embraced from that shadow, from that subconscious, from that that time that occurred in our past that created so much pain that we just can't interact correctly? We just things are shaped by that. I'm not no wrong or bad, just things are misshaped by that occurrence. And so what channel do we want to tune into? Are we tuning into wisdom? Do we want to learn? Do we want to grow? Do we want to watch a orchestra or symphony? What are we tuning into? Not as far as physical 3D elements, but as far as feeding the soul, feeding the psyche, feeding the mind and body. And when we become aware of that perspective, when I became aware of that perspective in my life, boy, it changed everything. People think I stopped talking to them because I'm upset with them, and I'm like, no, I'm not upset. I'm just not tuned into your channel. Whoever the person may be, like maybe I was tuned into their channel for a little bit because they were dropping some real good information. They were dropping some wisdom, but then all of a sudden, their channel, their person of being devolved. It went down. And then, or maybe at that moment I went up. Maybe I shifted, I leveled up. And so I'm not judging. I'm not. That's where I just shit because I'm not tuned into that channel anymore. So I'm going to focus on whatever aspect of life that is before me that's going to align with the channel of divine God, channel of divine mother, channel of aligning my own energy centers, so forth and so on. So what channel are you tuning into for the day? That's important. That's important. And how funny. How funny that really comes around to um, being the channel. What are we channeling? What is somebody truly tapped into in which they're drawing their inspiration from? In any regard, I'll thank you for joining. I'll thank you for hanging out. Um, Thank you to all the moderators. Thank you for people chatting. Um, yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. Um, Thank you for being here. Thank you for the comments. We will be back tomorrow, -4 GMT, but 5 a.m. Eastern time. We'll be here, and 5 to 10 is what we've been doing each day. Sometimes a little bit over, sometimes a little bit. I don't think too much under. I don't think too much under. Biggest loves, bro. Um, yeah, definitely, definitely a good thing to. Definitely a good thing.
Much love and many blessings. Until next time, Donna Day Kawhi.